States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, first, I want to apologize for being late. I got hung up because I was running out of gas, and that's my fault, but I do apologize. And second, and most important, I want to thank you all for your very hard work and continued service to our community and making a difference. And certainly, this fire and rescue fleet study review is something that I think is needed and is going to benefit the county. So we're looking forward to hearing what the chiefs have found out, their recommendations. So, without further ado, I'm sorry I don't have your names in front of me, so I can't introduce you, but maybe Mr. Dahl can do that.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and get started here. Let me get this back up here. So if the board remembers, this was back in, goodness, I want to say back before or after last budget season, you know, when we were talking about apparatus and what apparatus to fund. The board had discussed having some type of, you know, third party look at our, you know, our fire and rescue fleet and just kind of, you know, going through and just seeing, you know, where we look from a independent outside agency look. During that time, we had reached out and Debbie Smith had reached out and found these fine gentlemen, and they're with the Fire Chiefs Association, correct? And why don't we go ahead and have them do some introductions first, just so you know who they are, where they're from. Maybe just give a little brief background, if you would. Chief Baldwin, we'll start with you.
Alan Baldwin, I'm with the Virginia Fire Chiefs Association. I'm also the Assistant Chief of Operations in Stafford County. Started the volunteer fire service probably almost 40 years ago. Small town in Western Pennsylvania. I'm still involved. My whole career I've served a combination of volunteer systems. As I said, I'm currently serving in Stafford's Operations Chief.
Adam Davis. I am a battalion chief of Mountain County, Virginia. I oversee all the support services, the uniforms, PPE, self-contained breathing apparatus, and all the apparatus. So I've been there almost 21 years.
I'm Daryl Funiak from Virginia Beach Fire. I started my fire service career in '76 as a volunteer back in the Western Pennsylvania area, coincidentally close to Allen. It was a good link to put us both together. We both came through that volunteer combination of ranks. My current role with the city of Virginia Beach is I'm a district chief, and I oversee the apparatus and small fleet purchasing and maintenance within the department. That's my role associated to apparatus.
And Chair just showed up. This is Mr. Sheridan here. We've got Chief Baldwin, Chief Curtis, Davis, and Chief Frudia.
Funiak, good. You got it close.
Glad to meet y'all. Sorry for being behind. We had a motorcycle accident. We were dealing with.
So just to give the board a little background. So back when did this start? When did some of the tours started and on-site inspections occur? Yeah, the beginning of September. So Debbie Smith met with these chiefs and did tours of all of our stations, met with all of our local chiefs to kind of review different operation plans, review the apparatus in general, and just kind of see, you know, the way that Fluvanna does things versus, you know, maybe some recommendations they would have. They've gone through, it was a two-day event that they went through, and they toured all of the stations. And after that point, they've met with even all the Fire and Rescue Association chiefs as well to discuss, you know, some of their findings, some of their recommendations. And I think they all had some pretty, you know, good transparent discussion on, you know, what things, you know, are doing well, what can we do different. So I think without kind of a further review, the one thing before we kind of get started here, in your pile of documents underneath your agenda, there is a document here called Fluvanna County Fire and Rescue Apparatus Review Questions. And these are just some questions that were posed to the chiefs as they're kind of going through some of their studies. And I think what I'll do, maybe I'll hand it over to Chief Baldwin to start and let him kind of hand it off for how he wants to begin this. And you know, and certainly this is more just kind of a informal and discussion based thing. So board members, if you certainly have questions, please feel free to ask. And again, you know, we have all the different chiefs, some chiefs here as well. Chief Constantino, Chief Lai, Chief Ailey, and Chief Mayo right there. I'm not sure if Chief Pullen.
Chief Bowen's a little busy right now.
Okay,
He's kind of broke loose and can't store in about 15 minutes.
okay, all right. Well, Chief Baldwin, I'll let you go ahead and get started. And like I said, the board members, if you have questions, please certainly feel free to ask. And again, just before they get started, the one thing just to kind of remember, they wanted to kind of meet with the board first, kind of go over some of their findings. What they're intending to do is kind of provide an executive summary after the discussion with the board. And so that'll kind of be the next step after this meeting. So, Chief Baldwin, I'll hand it off to you.
Mr. Chairman, if you're okay with me removing my mask, so,
I'm fine.
thank you. Thank you, sir.
Anyone have issue with that? Like talking
Just while I'm talking, that'll be okay? Thank you, folks. Again, on behalf of the Chiefs Association, the three of us, again, thank you for the opportunity. Supervisors, the chiefs, again, we appreciate the opportunity to do this and work with you on this. As Eric had said, we started out with 3 questions, and I first want to apologize, and maybe I shouldn't, but I will. This really kind of got delayed because of the whole COVID. I know you're in the middle of the budget process. You have meetings tonight. We've been trying to keep this moving. And the chiefs have been really good with we did a Zoom meeting and some other phone conference calls. Eric and Deb also trying to keep this moving for you. And as Eric did say, what I'd like to do is with our group is once we're done today is provide you with an executive briefing. These are talking points. We want to have something to bring you folks today. This is a point to start discussions. And also, to be clear, this is the first time the chiefs are seeing these talking points, and Eric and Debbie have. We were working these up to about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we want to get them in front of you and give you some chance to talk about them today, but also a chance to digest some of them, and the chiefs the same way. There were 3 questions that really were posed to us. The first one, and I'll ask Adam and Daryl will jump in at any time. Question 1 was countywide apparatus justification review. Number of apparatus and type per station based on county demographics, run volume, and types. So from what the information we were able to gather and the information we reviewed, our recommendations, and again, this is just our recommendations. Again, what works in Stafford, Virginia Beach, or Loudoun County doesn't necessarily work in Fluvanna. Fluvanna's got to decide what's going to be best for Fluvanna, and they need to come up with that. But what we saw initially, looking at this from our level, was as far as engines go, recommending 1 frontline engine per station and establishing 2 reserve engines for the county. This will be a reduction of 2 engines in the current roster level. And I believe the one is currently out of service at Fort Union, which is the discussion. I think one of the things that started this discussion before led us to where we're at. Our involvement is currently out of service, needing repair. And again, Kent Store has an engine that's very similar in age to that apparatus. In regards to the ladder truck at Lake Monticello, again, we're recommending a frontline air device for the entire county, looking at the economic development plan, what's proposed, and what part of the county is looking at in the future and existing exposures, maintaining a reserve piece if possible, reserve air device. We're also recommending that the consideration be given to immediately purchasing a new air device based on the age of the ladder, it's 1993, and the cost that was provided to us by Lake Monticello Fire and Rescue. And if I remember correctly, it was in excess or right around $200,000 since they've owned the vehicle. And again, a vehicle that age, the cost, parts, those type of things, we can answer some questions on that a little later on. Again, looking at retaining that as a reserve air device, this would be an increase by ladder trucks in the fleet by one air device if we had a reserve. Tankers, purchase a new frontline tanker per station. There's one frontline tanker. And then have 1 reserve. So you'd have 1 tanker each station, 1 reserve, and try to have those standardized at some point so they're all the same between each of the stations. Retain one of the old tankers as a county reserve. Again, that would be an increase by one by having a reserve fleet. And you may have questioned why the reserve fleets. Well, again, looking at maintenance costs, downtime with apparatus and such, and trying to avoid or keep duplication down, but also having a reserve apparatus will allow the needs to be addressed in pieces go out of service. And even if you have one or two be out for maintenance, regular maintenance, if we're doing more maintenance, those type of things on the apparatus, you have those reserve vehicles. Some of the other additional recommendations we have: maintenance repair costs of our normal wear and tear, recommend that be covered by the county, and looking at dividing, setting up a program to do this at individual companies. The repair costs is placing the stress on those company budgets. The repair costs, we all maintain vehicles, we know how it goes, particularly older vehicles. What happens to repair costs? I had a Suburban my wife made me get rid of a couple of years ago because it was $2,500 to pass inspection. I love that vehicle, but monetarily, what I was going to get out of the return of it wasn't worth keeping the vehicle. Hate to admit that, but she was one. Consider adopting a delivery of service plan. Looking at the apparatus and my service plan, what the expectations are of the community, the expectations of the board, the expectations of the fire chiefs. What level of service does the county want to provide and can't look for the fire departments to provide, the companies to provide today, tomorrow. Yeah, today, next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. And again, I go back to your development plans and your master plan. Again, the county's done a lot of work on that to address the development, those type of things. But looking at that even from the public safety, particularly the fire service standpoint. Developing a reserve unit program, because again, the reserve units are typically going to be your older units during the end of the life cycle. Good life cycle, we'll talk about this a little further in a moment, would be 5 years on reserve apparatus, get into that program. We would recommend these units be stored at fire stations, or if the county would have a facility on that facility's storage space, there's an issue no matter where you're at. We're being storing those at the station. New fire stations are being looked at in Lake Monticello in that area, and that should be funded. But when they do that funding, or how that's funded, look at building, people, wheels. It is Mr. Fluvanna, Chief Fluvanna would always like to say, people, wheels. Not just the building, but what we have to put their equipment wise, people wise, but looking at what apparatus we need to be with that station, or any other future stations in the county. When we look at supporting those projects, what the actual is and what it takes to put that station into operation, particularly the apparatus. Question 2.
And Chief Baldwin, and maybe before we move on to the next
So go by question if you'd like to.
Yeah, maybe it would be good to go question by question just to see if the board has any questions, or 2, some of the recommendations. I don't know if the chiefs in the room have thoughts or considerations that you may want to ask them as well. Question number 1, certainly from engines, is looking at a reduction of engines, but looking at an additional ladder and looking at one additional tanker. So that certainly has an effect on what some of these chiefs are currently doing in their stations, and it might be good to hear what their thoughts are on that.
So the chiefs, they're saying this as we have said.
Yes, they are. And to be quite honest with you too, these chiefs and the chiefs here, they've had a lot of discussion about some of the things as they've gone through, but this actual document, there's been a lot of transparent, I think, conversations, and you can certainly ask the chiefs if you have questions. And Chief Mayo, did you have a question or comment?
Mostly a comment. I mean, we're seeing this the same time as y'all are. So the recommendations that the 3 chiefs are giving us is what we're seeing for the first time as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's a flag thrown right off the bat, but it's it's something that we have to discuss to where we have to figure out as well. It's not something I can tell you, or I don't think any of us can tell you right this moment that this is what the plan would be to correct. We're seeing it for the first time, just like y'all.
And one of the first questions that I would have, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, would be looking at the reduction by 2 engines. Could they be replaced with a mini pumper? Because one of the big problems that we have is getting to driveways that are tough to get into. Y'all probably have the same thing. When it's smaller engine type vehicle, I know That's what engine 30 is, or not engine 30, attack 30 is basically supposed to be able to fight a fire that we can't get a big engine into.
You know, we're talking about engines, we're talking about frontline
Right.
Class A pumpers. But again, I got kind of go back to my comment, what works one place and what Fluvanna's
Right.
needs are. And again, remember, and Chief Mayo's right, this is the first time you're seeing it, they're seeing it. The chiefs are saying it. These, again, were our responses based on the questions that were posed to us initially with the study. But again, this is just this is for conversation. This is to start conversation with you folks, the administration, the chiefs. You know, at the end of the day, you may decide this is not what is right for Fluvanna County. We're trying to give you some ideas, some things to think about and start some conversations with. This is where we're going with this. I'm not going to tell you this is exactly what Fluvanna should do. I don't live here. I don't respond here, but looking at it from the outside to answer the questions that we were asked initially, and
It was much. Good. It's much more of our thought process, much more of a system county approach to how to meet the needs and keeping versus, I don't, correct me if I'm made, but both of the pumpers, the one at Fork Union and the one at Kent Store, both over 20 years old. And that's when you really could have the catastrophic failure of the pumps and have issues with axles and braking and the safety technology today. Maybe if you were to look at it more systematic than those two reserves, they're on their way out, but it keeps fresher stuff in the system, safer stuff in the system, and more reliable, hopefully, in the system. Or have everybody come together sharing resources.
So when you say reserve, I mean, first off, it went to my mind, and I know you're talking about holding some back, not the 6 that we have in operation, but holding 1 or 2 older ones that we're replacing.
So our recommendation, sir, would be one frontline, if you think frontline and reserve.
Right.
Okay. Currently, from some of the numbers we've seen, they'll flip-flop the units usage. What that ends up doing is it ends up bringing your mileage, it ends up bringing your maintenance costs all at one time. And when those units reach 100,000 plus miles, then they all fall, okay, into a range where they become more cost effective to replace them. Now you're replacing those 2 units at a time. The reserve versus frontline model gets you to where your older units in reserve that maybe have the higher mileage or have the longer years of use. When you get to the point where you start replacing those 2, for example, and then 2 of your newest models or 2 of your newest units shift to the reserve status for that 5 years. Now you're still replacing maybe 2 units or 1 unit at a time frontline, but you're also augmenting the reserve fleet so that the older units transition out, and they don't transition out at the same time. Okay, so it's not always about age; it's about cost of maintenance.
So you're basically saying just have 4 frontline engines and then just the 2 in reserve. So you're talking about just having 6, not holding on to 1.
And the reason that we say that, not because of the number of volunteers that you have in your companies, because you could easily see that if I only have 6 seats on my engine and I need to get 10 people there, 10 firefighters there, how do I get that there? There seem to be additional units that those firefighters can maybe respond on. And are they needed in a response model? Now, that would be something that the chiefs would obviously need to have input on. Again, it's just where we saw things as far as the numbers. It may not match, okay? It may not match where you're at. So 6 and 2, if you can get 6 and 2, then we would say go 6 and 2. But we were kind of just looking at what we had given to us right out of the gate. And that's kind of where we came with as far as the engine model.
Mr. Chair, I think Chief Lai had either comment or question that's on.
Yeah, as you know, I'm not a firefighter, so I can't address the question of the number of engines, but with regards to the aerial and the tanker, since we don't really have backups for those, when they go on the service, they really are on the service side. Definitely like the concept of our reserve for those 2, because they will go on the service, especially the aerial.
Your ladder truck been out of service in over a month.
Month and a half.
That hasn't been available for the entire county for over a month.
So part of that is the kind of, so an offset of 2 engines here may help you accountability wise, may help you account to add a tanker into the system. And of course, an area, may find some funding for that. It may make that a little bit more palatable, I guess I should say. If you're talking 1.3 for an aerial device, and probably close to 500 or more for a tanker. It may help kind of soften that. That's a little bit, there's that consideration is looked at also too. As far as-
And I'll claim to be a little ignorant here. When you say a frontline device, and I can envision what a tanker is per se, or certainly what a ladder truck is. A frontline trucks, essentially like brush trucks and.
Frontline, sir, would be your first unit out the door, okay? Your first unit staff. So a deployment model, for example, you could envision a reserve piece, the way they're equipped right now, they seem to be fully equipped. That reserve unit could be staffed at a station that may handle that staffing. What we would hesitate to see happen is, when I talk about bricks, people, and wheels, your new fire station, for example, if you robbed Lake Monticello of one of their engines and put it into a new fire station, well, right out of the gate, you're doing exactly kind of what we're saying, give them one engine. So there's that might be, if that's a plan, if that was the plan, you're kind of going to do that anyway. Should you build a new fire station? The inkling was to us is that that's a possibility in the next couple of years, that you may need a new fire station in that area. Lake Monticello. So it kind of feeds into a little bit of that, but at least this is what we're thinking, okay? And again, it's really just our thoughts and for speaking points more than anything else on where we're at. So your questions are all good, but yes, sir, frontline, that's your first engine out the door. Your reserve or units that you keep in reserve on those frontline units either go down, or in stations that have a heavier response area, maybe that's the second unit, and it stays the second unit out of the station, so that primarily as you go through time, you're not working everything up at the same time to where the units all bubble at the same time. That's the last thing we want to do as far as being able to manage that. In my opinion, be able to manage that fleet.
One of the discussions that we had previously when we were looking at, presentations by the different departments in terms of what their needs are, and part of our challenge is figuring out sort of not what each individual station wants, but is there a cohesive plan, and that's one thing to ask you guys to look into it. But one of the comments that was brought up was, there's a different type of vehicle needed for a different part of the county. There's narrow driveways as an example, or there's just woods that you can't get to. Does your plan take that into account?
And I think that might, Mr. O'Brien, I think that probably gets into question number 2, maybe a little bit, and I don't know.
Yeah, again, we didn't want to step on any of that to say if there's specific needs in specific areas of the county where the attack pumper works, then we would not recommend any change from that. We were pretty much focusing on your heavy apparatus, your big expenditure type apparatus, not your smaller fleet. And certainly your tactics in regards to a smaller fleet, brush trucks, attack pumpers. What works for you, then we would not recommend any change.
Even like, they are first due. Most of the population, their first due is a small subdivision in Lake, but they still have areas of the county that they cover as first due, where they got to go out there and might have to drive a half mile back in the woods to get to the house.
That seems to be where the development's going in a lot of places now. People want the large lots, long driveways. And again, there's a lot to be said for standardization of different parts of the apparatus and stuff, but as Chief Winiak said, there's also needs every bit, even though it's easy to say that, yes, the county has a lot of similar needs, there's different parts of the county that have different needs. And that's, again, we said, the delivery of service plan and the level of service delivery, that's part of the things that should we addressed and looked at it with that. So correct, for question 2, provide findings and recommendations on apparatus standards, standardized apparatus, equipment, and cost and type. For now, I mean, the county has the county engine standard. For the most part, you have a lot of commonality between the apparatus. Again, we would tell you right now where you're at, keep going. But again, moving forward, establish a more robust minimum apparatus standard to prevent the large future price discrepancies. And one of the things we looked at with the standardization of spec and cab and chassis, minimum horsepower, pump size, looking at safety issues and items such as airbags, rollover protection, those type of things. Looking at minimum equipment to come in on that apparatus. There's some jurisdictions when they purchase apparatus and back it in, it's totally equipped. There's others that have a minimum set that the department or company wants to add something to it or whatever. Yeah, they do that outside, but it comes in with a minimum set. So stuff is standardized. We're keeping the equipment, the portable equipment, tools up to date, those type of things across the board.
So if I can just jump in real quickly, this is where your chiefs and your chiefs members can give you those answers. We're confident in their decision-making ability to do this for you. They can give you the answers to that. They provided us with answers to our questions. We know that they can provide you the answers to these questions on standardization. We're very comfortable with that. You have an excellent group of fine people over here that can make that call for you, so that can help you make the decision on that, which in the end comes down to how much money you have to spend. Okay? That's what it really comes down to. They will look at the public safety side of it. You look at the public safety side of it. We generate all that together. That's the teamwork that we're asking for here from your chiefs to be able to provide you with that input, standardized input. It wouldn't be fair. It wasn't. We didn't feel it was necessarily right for us to say Fort Union needs this type of equipment. Elmira needs this type of equipment. We don't have the institutional knowledge to do that. We were looking at those bigger questions about number of apparatus, things like that. As far as the standardization, these are the key points. And we would say that your fire chiefs, they have the knowledge base to be able to build that for you. I would ask that. I call it homework assignments. Gave them a homework assignment. That would be your homework assignment, maybe for them to say, you bring that to us, and your support, I think, is for them very important. It's extremely important.
Well,
Support for them, and they feel that.
and the thing with this, this kind of goes back to, I think, where this all started with some of the engines that were being purchased and maybe not feeling that there was that standardization there, and maybe that's what the Fire and Rescue Association chiefs need to do, is come back to the board with what they feel is the standard for those questions on the sheet here, and then that's kind of the basis for how the county moves forward. And as some of the chiefs said, there are certainly going to be specialty items for some of the different areas of the county, or depending upon what they do. But that if from the county standpoint, if we could get more on a standardization of how we move forward, for when we know we have to purchase a piece of equipment, this is what it is, this is nominally what the cost is going to be, then we could better prepare and plan for that.
That was our message to them when we had met on the Zoom call, was as the FRA, you want to support them, you are the governing body. But if they came to you with one voice, you'd be like, okay, this is the direction we should head in. And
again, yes, and again, we asked them to focus on the makeup of the units. Okay, the structural makeup, so to speak, of the units, the size of the pump, the type of cab, custom chassis versus commercial, things like that. Those pieces of that unit that the county can say, all right, then based off your feedback and your specifications, this is our specification for an engine. This is our specification for a ladder truck, a platform, straight stick, whatever. This is our specification for that, our general specification. Doesn't mean it can't be built upon, but we ask that focus come from them on size of pump, things like that. all in all generate what the unit's gonna end up costing. Some of the extra stuff you'll see here is extra things I think that are feedback to you as far as funding of these sorts of things. We feel that that might be something that adds to, this has got maybe a little bit different.
Well, now my question looking down here is on the second bullet point. I see custom engines at 5, 6 person cabs. Is y'all saying that that's what they should go with, or, but I don't know if you're aware, but Kent Store has a new engine. That's commercial cab that's sitting in Charlottesville, getting ready to come in. I mean, it's already done.
And I know talking with the chief, one of well, I think there was some of the discussion that started this whole thing. back, I think when,
Yeah.
to be quite honest with you, sir, and I know talking with Chief Poland, one of the reasons I think Kent Store run that way was the opportunity to be able to purchase more equipment for that piece. If they went with a commercial chassis versus a custom chassis, it was kind of the understanding. I think we had some discussions. Being able to standardize on a chassis and a cab style across the board makes it so much easier. But again, I think the picture is also too, is what we're putting on those vehicles and how we're funding what goes on those vehicles. And not necessarily putting that position that, you know, again, looking at the budget and I had a chance to look at the budget this afternoon and stuff. Again, it's not my money just so say whatever I want to say with it, but I think looking at the budget and commitments that any jurisdiction has to make these days is at the end of the day, is it better to have complete units? We're not cutting corners with having to put old equipment on a newer unit to fill out, or go into a commercial chassis maybe versus a custom chassis because we know we have to update the equipment that's going on those vehicles. It's one of the things I kind of got from Chief Poland was he was struggling with that unit. I think I think the three of us are pretty much in agreement. There are some advantages to a custom chassis. Yes, there was cost from particularly a safety standpoint. You're talking about your crews, rollover protection. We come back to the airbags. I come back with the rollover protection. God forbid there be an accident, and how those cabs are tested versus some of the crash worthiness, and maybe Daryl or Adam can answer a little bit better on some of the commercial chassis. But again, having a raised roof so the guys can, function, move around to the apparatus cab, get seated, get out of the apparatus a little easier when they're having to turn back gear on, breathing apparatus, those type of things. I think the commercial the custom cab chassis, lends itself more to that.
Well, it was what we saw, to be honest with you, as we went across the county stations, the majority of the units, if not all of the units we saw, were all built pretty much to a standard design as far as the cab was concerned. They were all raised roof cabs, and they seem to be all on the same kind of standard. So again, not to throw anybody's stuff out there, because what was ordered and what was built was what that fire chief felt was appropriate for the station and his run district. Okay, and they're built to NFPA standards, so there is a safety factor built into all of those units. So safety is not the word. If we go safety, we could go way deep on everything. Okay, and a lot of stuff. I don't know if that's where you would want to sit with this, but it would be an agreement from your FRA, your fire chiefs, on where you want to be for the future. If the county decides that we want to standardize a unit, and our standard unit would be this, it doesn't mean that you may not deviate from that in the future. That's just kind of where we're at with this. And we know that might have been one of the reasons why we asked the comments, because of the difference in the cost. Our recommendation would be, for the most part, a custom chassis, 5 to 6 person cabs, because we understand we want to get as many firefighters on that front unit, that frontline unit, first out the door. We want to be able to put as many firefighters on that as we can to get them to the scene as quickly as possible on that unit. That's why the 5, 6 was kind of in there.
Okay, I wondered why that was. A lot of times in our buildings, we're gonna leave with 2, 3, 4 if we're lucky. Now, some of the other buildings have more membership or have a lot more people around, so they might go out with 5 or 6.
Yeah, that's why we felt that could be the standard, and that would help both it would help certainly the companies that are putting 5 or 6 out the door in their first unit. And most of the custom cabs are designed to hold 5. I would say in my city, we go in the whole 5. Our minimum staffing is 4. We have 5 occasionally. So to go 5, 6 just means to design how the cab is designed to be able to carry firefighters.
One of the other items was, again, major equipment such as hose, breathing apparatus, razors, et cetera, be evaluated countywide, to make sure they're standardized, what's on the apparatus, portable equipment, all that stuff is standardized across the board. And again, look at additional CIP and what grant funding is available, to ensure that they're meeting the NFPA standards.
So let me just jump in real quick, Chief. That additional CIP that I mentioned here, okay? We have a public safety CIP that's used specifically for replacement issues, okay? Whether it's police replacement of weapons, personal protection devices. In the firefighting world, for us, it's turnout gear replacement, it's hose, it's things that come to a life expectancy of typically 10 years in the fire service, a life expectancy, NFPA standard, 10 years on a lot of our things. As those things would approach that 10-year item or 10-year time frame, they fall into a separate public safety CIP that's funded, however it's funded in our city, but it's funded for us to be able to go and replace SCBA or replace the hose, replace those large items that, again, when you place them on the unit, they add to the cost of the unit, and maybe there's an opportunity there when you're consistent across the board with your SCBA replacement, for example. Your cost to replace everything is less per unit than it would be if you're purchasing it on the unit separately every year. You may see a difference there. I think some of our perception here from the chiefs was that as they replace a unit and when they replace it fully stocked, that's how they kind of stay in tune with the times, I guess, or in tune with the standard. It kind of helps them build. What we're saying is if you have extrication equipment and you feel it's important to have extrication equipment, that it should meet a minimum standard. It shouldn't have to wait until the unit gets replaced in order to bring it up to a standard. So some of these things were a public safety CIP could help you maintain those numbers, maintain that equipment in a totally different way, rather than attaching it specifically to a unit purchase that may only happen once every 20 years. You can see how you quickly fall behind standards, quickly fall behind time of use that's required or that's at least set in the NFPA standards.
So there's a lot of differences between the stations in terms of the standards right now.
I think that all 3 of our departments, the county I come from, there's a CIP to replace the apparatus that just as he described, and it has to be over 100,000 to make it in the CIP. I don't know if your all schools are the same.
We won't get that many miles on most of our apparatus.
Oh, no, I meant $100,000.
100,000,
No.
we're 50.
Okay.
50,000 for our CIP.
And then we have what we call same thing. Ours is called a minor equipment replacement fund. And whenever we buy, let's say a thermal limiter, they're about $10,000 now. When we buy it, a little bit of money each gets set aside. So in 10 years, that money will be there for me to replace that thermal limiter each time. Same with breathing apparatus and hose. And because one piece of hose isn't that expensive, but 50 pieces of hose is really expensive. So.
And it's important that we spread our CIP out over all public safety entities, from EMS to police to fire. So it's a pot, so to speak, for all of those public safety agencies to replace personal protective gear, things that have a life cycle. That's where our money is funded, is funneled from, to replace that, rather than attaching it to, in our case, a unit apparatus.
And that's a fair point. Not only do they have a life cycle, but in some cases they're mandated to be replaced. And we know that that's the case, and we just replaced the SCBA equipment. We didn't have a choice, and, we battled back and forth to get grants, but if we know that that's going to come up, then that should be part of our, maintenance and reserve fund for public safety.
And sometimes your technology is there too. Your technology changes, obviously, over a 20-year period. If you're moving from hydraulic tools to battery operated tools, for example, well, that's a huge change. It's also a cost savings, maybe of one versus another. And maybe it's time to evaluate all of your extrication equipment and your needs there. Again, your fire chiefs have the educational and institutional knowledge to be able to provide you with that kind of information that you can make those calls on. They can come to you with those proposals. And in many cases, maybe they do. I'm not so sure that they haven't done that before with SCBA or with turnout gear, so that everybody's on the same, looks the same. Everybody has the same equipment. The hose is the same. Again, if that's in place right now, we want you to continue that, but maybe fund it from a different source rather than looking at an apparatus CIP to fund it in that phase. Fund it over that separate.
So how do you all, I mean, so you've got this pot for, well, let's just call it major equipment, and it's spread throughout through fire and police and then all that. What is the determining factor? How is that money doled out then from this kind of rolling fund?
I was involved in our setup, because we didn't have it for years, and it was like, oh, I need another 30,000, I need this. Now, so everybody made a list of what needs to go in there. They set enough money in there that over that time period, and then the thermal limit for 10 years, we had 8 of them. So 8 of them, the money would get set aside in there, and everybody had their certain time frame. And then the board of supervisors set that money aside based upon that particular time frame and equipment list. So, and then whenever we bought something new, let's say we got money left over out of this year's budget, we wanted to add a 9th thermal limiter. Well, we had to make sure that we let the people know that oversaw the minor equipment fund to make sure the money got set aside to keep that fund going forever, even during tough times.
Again, because you do run up against these glass ceilings where turnout gear, for example, is 10 years. A helmet, for example, an FPA, 10 years. There's a 10-year mark on a lot of these things. So when you run up against these walls, you run up against the timeline, they're going to come to you. Somebody's going to come to you and say, hey, I need 30 sets of turnout gear. The fund has been built and planned out over the years where you're at. Again, that information, again, the confidence in these gentlemen over here is very high from the three of us, that they can provide you with that. They can provide you with that data, and then that's up to you to try to work in that arena to try to meet those needs. Again, without attaching it to a unit purchase that may only occur once every 20 years.
But coming from your locality, when you all purchase stuff, whether it's turnout gear, whether it's, let's just go with maybe something that's more countywide, you purchase it with a same standard in mind, same turnout gear. Everyone has the same turnout gear. Everyone has the same. I know some of the equipment, some of the lesser equipment. I mean, does everyone have the same extrication tools? Does everyone have? I mean, so that's from our standpoint. That's where it would be nice. Again, if we had a standard for certain things that the county purchased, and if we had, whether it's the chassis, whether it's the equipment, and there's benefits in buying equipment in bulk like that as well, too, from a cost saving standpoint.
At the end of the day, we're very much developing, we've set standards and developing the extrication equipment in our county and moving towards that. But at the end of the day, it's really planning this out, and having a plan. And the people that can tell you best what needs to happen for them are sitting behind. And then I keep coming back to that level of service delivery and having that plan and sticking to that plan and making sure that there's a plan that's understood and how to fund that plan, to have the funding looking at. So we're going to have those surprises, but we try not to have. We want to predict. We want to plan. We want to predict. We know that those 8 thermal imagers are going to be the water point, your turnout gear, your SCBA. It even goes further than the apparatus. It's just more than the apparatus we're talking about. It's having a plan and looking at what's the right fit for the county here, and what's the level of service we want to deliver, and what level of service we want to provide through our volunteers. What levels can we support and provide? But having that planned out, because some things are reactionary right now because it's going to be reactionary because you're starting into this. But once you get it going and we stick to it and have hopefully some buffer areas built to it, if something comes up, you have a plan and it'll take a little bit, but you've done with other things, I'm sure. Delve into that, it's time for the fire service.
Especially given some of the costs of some of the items. And start normalizing that budget.
And again, we look at ours more, we look at it holistically across all three. So a police department, for example, has to replace the vests, okay, on a timeline. Your sheriff's department probably the same. How that's budgeted into something like that helps feed that machine a lot easier without them having to come in and give a presentation or whatever. If it's planned out, you know, for us, for example, a second set of turnout gear in our department took 3 years to implement across all 500 of our firefighters. We didn't do it all at once, but by doing it over a 3-year period, they also expire 3 years apart. So the planning part plays out all the way across the board so that we don't end up with that one big expenditure every 10 years on all these things. So we kind of plan it out. That's part of the process of the plans part. It's not to say that everybody doesn't need it all at once, but sometimes both financially and smart down the road, replacement is important to plan these things out. So it kind of feeds back to the apparatus conversation. Plan your apparatus purchases out over that 15-year frontline 5-year reserve. You can plan that out. I, for example, can look out to almost year 2035 on my replacement plan for the city of Virginia Beach fire apparatus, because I go simply, if I go just by years, I can predict that far out. And that helps my budget people. It helps my budget people, my fleet manager. It helps them plan that CIP out with the people that we have to plan the CIPs out in that time frame out. Doesn't mean that we don't adjust, because we do. Things happen. Sometimes you recognize it, sometimes things just don't work out right. That's built into that process to be able to make that adjustment. You can see, no, that's okay. No, I'm sorry, but you can see where that would help as the patient plan things out. We don't do everything all at once, because in 10 years, you're going to have to do everything again all at once if you want to remain within, you know, the parameters that you set up.
For our fleet, for everything from Parks and Recs to Sheriff's Department vehicles to fire trucks, everything. The board adopted, we contract out with a company called Mercury. We had the Mercury report. It's a 20-year plan, and the board voted to fund it fully for 20 years over time. And so like for our fire engines, they're not every 10 years, not every 15 years. They're between 10 and 13 years. And the way we did it was, ours, obviously our county's a little bigger, but it's all based on the county spending $14 million a year on vehicles. So it might get bumped out. It might get, it's okay, it's okay.
It's okay.
I got back on with the 14 million.
Yeah, these guys want that checkbook.
But the way it works is we can shift them left and right. And then every year I meet with the county fleet manager and I might say, hey, it was due for this truck to be replaced this year, but it's not causing me any trouble. But this one that's next year is causing me a lot of trouble now. I can't keep it on the road. Can we flip flop them? And that's how we always plan. We're always planning a year in advance. And they call it smoothing the plan. And that was that $14 million a year. So it might be 20 Sheriff's Department vehicles, 10 Parks and Rec vehicles, and only 1 fire truck this year. Next year, the fire truck, we might buy 5 but it's all based on that nominal number that way the board was able to plan for 20 years and account for everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of the other items that we saw, we walked through this and looked, visited the stations, and we're talking about, standardization and, apparatus numbers. But again, this comes back to what shoe fits best in Fluvanna. Is most of the engine, I guess all the engines have a set of extra, the front line and the second engine have a set of extrication tools on it. And are they all new? Are they all up to date? Is it the right equipment with the technology changes? As I think Chief Funyak and Chief Davis alluded to, there's technology creep in everything. My department's struggling with that right now with extrication tools. We've got stuff that's almost 30 years old. Yes, it works, but with today's vehicles, there's been changes in that creep. You know, how much do we need? We'd be better off going to a tiered system with a heavy, tool on the first out engine apparatus, first out engines, and a heavy rescue maybe. You know, that was some things to consider. What levels do we have people trained to do technical rescue and hazmat? And are we duplicating with those operations? We'd be better off to have some specialization between stations even to look at that for this planning and projecting type functions. Again, coming back to department-wide equipment standardizations per unit, basic standardization. Each district's going to have different needs. Again, Ken Stork has some access issues. I can tell you where I'm at right now. We have issued parts of Stafford County that are along Potomac River that the truck company is going to be 20-25 minutes away. We have a lot of truck coming on, all structure assignments. So we've made arrangements on the engines in those outlying areas to have a little extra compartment space. We call it district compartment, where that engine will have a little extra truck company equipment, like some extra fans and some extra saws on it, because we know they're on their own for a good period of time. The next arriving engine company gets there, and the next arriving truck company, like I said, 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes. So that's, yes, our engines are laid out to a basic spec, but each district has some different needs. And quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, we probably should have something like an attack unit in some areas too, which we're working on. But again, there is standardization on certain items, but we have a little bit that's specific for those areas. That's something obviously these gentlemen can tell you better on than any of us can. But again, I think coming up with a standardized plan on equipment gets you to that funding, that projection and that funding. And as you said, we need to smooth the plan, being able to, I hate to say switch around or give the sheriff a favor this year and he gives us one next year, those type of deals. But it plans out and projects it. We have a plan. We know there's going to be bumps in it, but it projects it. So you folks can again, as things change, this group can come to you and say, hey, we have a plan, but it's shit. We need to look at the changes in it. And again, the economy and everything else have to be able to adapt to this change. But having that basic standardized plan for the basic equipment on the units, and the basic equipment is a good start. And there should be some cost benefit also, as the chief alluded here, with doing those purchases, those type of things we're planning for and projecting. Question 3, recommendations, and Chief Fluvanna talked about this a little on the apparatus acquisition replacement cycle. Again, what fits best here? I know the FRA had put together a plan. I believe, how old was that gentleman? The FRA apparatus plan?
They're around for 20 years.
Okay, for 20 years. How long did you put the plan? I apologize. That's okay. Okay.
2034.
So in 2034, they have.
Day off of school, right?
But again, looking at having a plan, whether it's that plan or having a plan. One of the things that we've looked at based on the call volumes and information was a recommendation of a 15-year frontline cycle for a service cycle for engines, Class A engines, frontline engines, and 5 years as a reserve, and then 20 and 25 for your ladder truck and your tankers. And again, we're already over that for some of the pieces right now. Continue funding the program for the capital improvement program. Also ensuring, we talked about maintenance a little bit, and again, the county supporting the maintenance, to standardize the maintenance and record keeping and such, the pump, ladder, hose testing, and basic preventative maintenance. Getting that done, all the same way, maybe by one vendor or whoever, but again, getting that stuff done so it's consistent. You have the records, the chiefs have the records, and again, giving these guys a little bit of break because some of the maintenance costs looking at the apparatus. Out of that, the money that's been spent on apparatus maintenance, I want to sell a ladder truck. Some of that is probably, I'm sure, the majority of the company. And then, again, the situation, the Fork Unions in with their apparatus, again, looking at those maintenance costs, and what's the point? At what point do you put money into those apparatus? More importantly, is trying to ease some of that responsibility on the individual companies because of everything else they're doing, but also standardize across the system.
I think you jumped a little bit, so this, are you defining what the apparatus team does in that statement essentially?
I think, well,
Yeah, part of the recommendation was an apparatus
apparatus team.
Okay, that would
Yes.
come from the fire chiefs, that would be able to provide you guys with that, with the information that they can put it all together in one package for you. Okay, from either our document or their own institutional knowledge of what their needs are. An apparatus team that's countywide, that's not just specific to one station, that looks more globally across the entire county. Your needs across the county, based on what your fire chiefs are going to tell you, as far as what they know, and then that's going to face somewhere along the line with a financial person, maybe somewhere along the line with a planning person, so that they have and maybe they are aware of plans of the county's plan growth. All that kind of stuff plays into it. Again, relying on their institutional knowledge is, I think, critical. An apparatus team, it's critical that an apparatus team builds the truck, or it has input on the specifications. That the county would say, these are our county specs. They provided us with some of that information. They did provide us with some of that information on what they would consider specifications for your standard engine ladder tanker.
I imagine the apparatus team works pretty closely with your fleet contractors.
Yes, yeah. The other thing, especially with the maintenance and the testing, is God forbid, we've had a serious injury and some guys got burnt. When they do an investigation, they come to pull all those records. And I'm not, nobody likes to talk about lawyers and all that stuff, but you all being the governing body, you need to just be aware that all of those things have implementations. And when they ask, why did you follow NFPA and when you go to court, I know it's only a recommendation. It's not it's not a law or anything, but they're going to ask, why didn't you follow it? And that is the standard, that's written by our peers across the nation. And don't get me wrong, there's things in there that I don't agree with, but it's just something I always keep in the back of my mind as a chief, that
Yeah.
I want to make sure that
Sometimes we don't sleep at night, okay? But I know in Virginia Beach, for example, that all my firefighters have received an annual physical fit test with the SCBA. So all that stuff is tracked annually. Should an event occur that involves a firefighter's significant injury, where FIOSH is going to come in and do an investigation on, because it has to be reported. It has to be reported. They're going to come in and they're going to want to see right out of the gate the records. They're not only going to want to see the training records, they're going to want to see apparatus issues. They want to see maintenance on your apparatus. They want to see data checks. They want to see all that kind of stuff. These are things that we wouldn't say that you're necessarily not covering these gaps, because we don't know that. Not all of our information was provided for that. We weren't necessarily looking at that. Okay, but these would be things that kind of play into that overall. We're just talking apparatus. Your maintenance on your apparatus, who provides it, how's it provided amongst the companies. It's very important. It's critically important should an accident occur. Unfortunately, with a truck, there's going to be, we all know, there's going to be people coming and looking at you. Okay, and they're going to want to see this information. And so we need to make sure that we're prepared to present that information. Should the worst day occur. If we prepare for the worst day, then all the other days are okay. Sunny skies, no clouds. We prepare for the worst. We would like to continue to support your chiefs and your county to help you maybe prepare for those worst case days. That's probably, I think all three of us feel that. We have limited ourselves though to what the recommendations that you see here. It doesn't mean that we haven't seen other things. But we're not stepping in unless we're asked to step in. We've made some great relationships with your chiefs, I will say that. So we've had talking points with them sidebar about things, and we're going to continue that. Should they reach out to us, we're going to probably reach out to them back. And I think that gets in that what Chief Baldwin's going to say as far as our report, and maybe if there's feedback back we would like to continue this relationship with you, should you desire that.
And I think, again, Chief Flynn knows exactly where we're at with this. There's a lot of things, good things that go on. This was not meant to be doom and gloom by any means. You were asked to respond to 3 questions. Based on what we could pull together, that's what we have done. There's a lot of good things. Again, we talk about an apparatus plan. There's one that the FRA put together that they've had together for a long time. Again, that's a start. You've got a lot of good starting points. That's there. I mean, there's opportunities here that abound. But again, it really has to come from within. No matter who you bring in from the outside. But I mean, there was a Virginia Department of Fire program study done back in 2012 and some things also. But it's good to get that outside. But again, this group behind us is the group that knows the community the best, the county the best. But again, you gentlemen and ladies are charged with what's best overall for the county and making the right financial decisions, those type of things, but also making sure we're providing for the services. Eric's budget message, a bunch of book messages I read today for 2022. Again, safety's in there. Obviously, it's on your forefront of your minds too. It really comes down to, and I think, planning, projecting for this and doing it together. And again, you have the talent here to get to that point. And I don't know if I could leave you with a message of outside of, get this, we're going to put together an executive briefing for you gentlemen and ladies, is that communications and being able to, I think, start to plan, put some things together and look at what fits best for Fluvanna and move forward on that.
I've got one quick question. And once again, sorry about being late, but you said something about you were in charge of purchasing. My question is, if you buy the same apparatus every time, who's to say there's any cost comparison or shopping to make them bring the price down? They just look at you and tell you what the heck the price they want to tell you to.
So I'll gladly answer that question.
I-
We were in this position several years ago. And we just started and we looked and we just went out looking and we ended up changing. And we changed for a number of different reasons, but one of them was certainly the cost of the unit. So you probably should look out. You probably should. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking bids. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I'm not saying that you wouldn't end up right back where you're at. You may, but I would certainly think it's important that you expand that a little bit. It doesn't hurt to have people come in and give you presentations. Doesn't mean that you have to change. It really doesn't, but it does give you an opportunity to
Look at that other guy and say, okay.
If you're going to spec a unit out and one manufacturer can, and if you're comparing apples to apples, every manufacturer has a different style, a different model. Okay. Well, at least for us, what it comes down to, I'll give you the people speech. It comes down to people. Because every manufacturer can put the same engine in the unit, the same transmission, the same rear end. They can use the same tires. They can spec the same pump. They can spec all that stuff. It comes down to its serviceability. Can you keep the unit on the road? Things like that. The attention that you get, and then in the end, the cost. And there are differences. Okay.
The only thing I would say is that to tag along with that is everything you just said. Plus, if you ever do that, you want to put it out, make sure you have a lot of people review, because a TV is not a TV. Does that make sense? Like, you want to make sure, and don't try to do that. You're like, oh, this is $100,000 cheaper. It may not be. So when you write a specification, it should probably be 30, 40 pages long of, we want left-handed wrenches on this thing for this particular item, and that's what we want. And that way everybody has to bid the exact same.
Apples to apples.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and also because you're making bulk purchases, if you would, you have a little bit more negotiating power and starting point.
Yeah, I mean, how many fire engines do y'all have? Can you think?
I have 21 frontline and I have 10 reserve. I go in the 50% rule. I have 8 ladders, I have 4 reserve. So my tankers are the same way. That's what we maintain. But on that example, I'm heavy into my reserves every day because I wear and tears just bit. We're not on a 10, 15, we're on an 8, 12 because every 8 years I'm replacing my engine.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the amount that you buy.
But on the other hand too, when I said we switched for reasons that were right for us to switch. And some of it was money, but there were other reasons. too.
Right.
We switched for reasons that were right for us.
I thought they were referring more to apparatus versus themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, so a frontline engine is, we call, not the drivetrain, we call a pumper an engine.
Right. No, I'm just saying, because we were just finished talking about like apparatus and standardizing on the apparatus and yes, indeed, I thought we were talking more about that in terms of, the bulk purchases.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at fire trucks when you buy that many.
Well,
You're buying 2 a year,
So,
engine.
yeah, well, so we've gone
Which is a
successful.
million a year.
Yeah.
Whatever.
A smaller version of what we do in, I had served in Winchester, City of Winchester's chief, prior to coming to Stafford. We purchased a ladder truck, which our purchasing department, I still can't believe this, and I'm not sure if anybody's from the finance of purchasing.
I won't tell you where somebody's county administrator started.
Really?
He's a numbers geek.
Okay, so, all that I knew, I thought, okay, but, we were able to. We were able to work it through the HDAC contract, but we ended up not bidding it, but we worked through the HDAC contract because it was there, purchasing was okay with that. But as it turned out, we did have some cost savings. There's different areas to look at this thing, but you have to look at it all. And we switched apparatus manufacturers in Stafford because of kind of the same reason on a much smaller scale than Virginia Beach. They're allowed because of service issues. Our cost came down a little bit, but not that much more in the engines that we're purchasing. But it was, quite honest, it was a service and reliability issue. And that's the big thing because it was, when you looked at what it was costing us on the back end, the service and parts and where the warranty center was located at, things that all these gentlemen deal with every day. Yeah, for us, it made more sense to do that. And we're purchasing probably, I wish I was purchasing the Chief Wingate, purchasing the Chief Davis. Last year we purchased 3 engines, which was heavy for us. We're doing 2 this year and some other apparatus. We're also playing catch up. We have very minimal reserves. In our reserves, we have a reserve ladder truck, the primary reserve engine. Both of those are out of service. And we're right sizing our fleet a little bit. We have some stations that have multiple pieces, and because of what we're doing, if we didn't have those multiple pieces today, we wouldn't have reserves. So we're even struggling to try to build that reserve fleet. We just can't keep them in service, and even with the new apparatus coming in, it takes time to get that stuff to the purchasing. We have purchasing guidelines you have to follow. There's also the HDAC, those cooperatives.
And that's a piece where we're at here too. So when we say trying to catch up, we had to catch up in 2016. And since then, I've purchased over 20 engines because my reserve fleet at the time were 2001s. They were in the 90s and they were being used. So we had to do that catch up. Here, you have some units that are those older units that would go to start off would go to your reserve, but they probably need to be replaced because again, they're past the 20-year mark for one thing, and they're probably towards the end of their life cycle. So to catch yourselves up, you could imagine if you had your 2007s, your 2008s, your 2009s in reserve, and you replace those earlier units, the ladder truck, for example, let's use that. You replace that, and now your reserve fleet begins to really start to look really comfortable. To where you may not need to purchase anything for a year or two. There might be a little bit of that feeling of that pain up front. To kind of catch that stock up, the tanker for example. We don't see a need for a tanker right now, but until one goes down, And if their response model is 4 tankers on a call, now they're down to 3. And then they have to adjust their tactics, they have to adjust their response to those calls.
One thing we did was we adopted there are no reserves as far as the county's concerned. There are reserves, but everything has a service life, and we know when we're gonna replace it based on our plans. So like you said, there's no surprises. So that reserve, there's full funding there because each piece, we also set a certain amount aside for maintenance per year. So we don't allow anybody to keep a vehicle. You know, sometimes you'll hear, we're gonna replace this one, but he needs a vehicle also, so we'll let him keep that one. But now it's unfunded. Does that make sense? So what we do is everything's funded, everything's above board, and then it's up to the fire department to rotate them around to make sure what we're gonna do. It's just a similar way to do it. And the other thing is by getting rid of them, we've adopted, I don't have any facts or any proof of this, but what I've noticed is a trend. We started getting rid of them a little bit sooner. You capture a little bit more money. So take the Kent Store, no, not Kent Store, Fort Union's pumper there, with the pump busted. It's worth almost nothing. You might get $2-3 grand for it. Where if you would have sold it 5 years ago, you might have got 20-25 grand. Does that make sense? It's just a different way of looking at it. And if you can project far enough in the future, some of those costs can offset a little bit, and that money can go back into that replacement plan.
We sold just my quick example, we sold a 2012 ladder truck. We traded it in, we didn't sell it off the lot. We traded it in. We received over $460,000 for it. We only spent $800 on it. We didn't even spend $800 on it. We were in the $750 range back in that game. So we got almost 75% back on the unit. That went to a new engine this year. I only had to come off of the CIP, $185,000 for an engine. So again, selling them sometimes a little bit earlier, again, you want to get full service life out of them, I get it. But the other side of it is, these guys are specing 750-gallon tanks, water tanks on your engines. At least that was a spec we received. That's smart business, because when it comes down to it, resale on an engine that has 500 gallons is not going to get you as much money as a unit that has 750 or 1,000. It's just not. The water is critical. We need water to put out fires, and we don't buy an engine in Virginia Beach that's not 7. Now, when we say 750, they turn out to be about 780 or 1,000 gallons, and that helps us on our tactics. It helps us all the way down the road, and 10 years down the road, it'll help us on our resale. So it all kind of comes together in the end, from the time you purchase until you run it until the time you sell it. It all comes together in the end when again you're planning works that up. And
Is your fleet contractor managing all this, or are you managing it as a chief?
in the city of Virginia Beach, our fleet manager manages the money side of it. He doesn't tell us where it's like plowing. He doesn't say where the truck's going or wherever. It just bubbles to a certain time frame. I help push that based on age. He pushes it through maintenance costs and things like that, and then we come to an agreement. And then that money is budgeted. We budget money 2 years out. We look 2 years out. Because we can have a better prediction on the cost because of our relationship with our builder. We have a true projection on what the cost is going to be. You're going to have to figure 3% every year. It's pretty standard industry wide. So we build that 3% into what it costs us today, and then the CIP catches it the next year. And then to replace it, we set aside that amount of money. And it seems it works for us. It works for us.
Do you and the fleet manager, do you kind of, and maybe can I answer this? I mean, but who determines it's the right time to replace it?
It's a discussion that we have between. It's a discussion. So like for this year, for example, I'm not buying any engines, but next year I got to buy 3. I got to catch, because this year I'm buying I'm buying other units, a ladder truck, an engine for a ladder and an engine for a new station, buying 2 heavy rescues. So my money is still that $4.5 million, but it has to. Right now it's planning. I knew I'm at the 10-year mark on my rigs, on my rescues that I'm replacing. Heavy rescues, which is your extrication tool, which your technical rescue, your hazmat truck, we're replacing those. My general, my daily runs, my engines, the heart of the fire service, I'm okay this year. Next year, I gotta get forward, because I'll be hitting that timeline for 15 years on those units.
Overall, is there consensus among all the stations in terms of the replacement of the fleet?
Well, I'm in a different,
Yeah, we're
you know, it's different. Our firefighters, we're pretty much, we're just, I'm gonna say I'm blessed. Okay, I have support from council, I have support from city management. I pretty much get the money that I need to keep the fleet pretty much within the guidelines that we've established. And that's 8 to 12 years that they support that for us. I'll just say I'm blessed. And it makes my job a heck of a lot easier because I just have to look at those timelines. And then if something pops, we get a lemon, those things happen, and we have to get rid of something sooner. I had to get rid of a unit that was only 4 years old. I couldn't keep it on the road. So it's sold. And we got good money for it, and then that money went towards replacement. As far as our firefighters, they don't get it, they're not attached. It's different than a volunteer.
Yeah, it's paid.
It's-
You know, you tell them, yes, this is what you're gonna do, they either do it or.
They're pretty happy with that.
So for us as a combination system,
That would be more appropriate.
we're a smaller combination system. We have an apparatus committee, fleets handled and support services, and actually it's kind of diverse, but the fire marshal is, assistant chief is the fire marshal is the fleet manager for us. But, if, you know, we talk about knowing who, I don't sit on the apparatus committee. We have volunteer firefighters and officers and a couple guys, the career side and career officers make up those committees. But whether it's an engine or tank or rescue, they're actually involved in specs, design, really coming up with that standard list, and then looking at usually, you know, that engine's going to the wide water, which is one of the peninsulas, wide water station, engine 3. We make sure that somebody from 3 is on that committee, career volunteer for that station, because of the mix of those different needs for that particular area. But then, you know, getting their involvement, it's a little different situation than with 2.0 in. But you know, getting their involved and their buy-in in that part of that planning process is paramount. Because if they don't have buy-in and connection to it, I think it's really going, it doesn't work for us. And the county has progressed and started to take over ownership of all the apparatus except for the smaller vehicles. Because of that standardization, that was part of the agreement with the process. And like I said, we're trying to build ourselves out of some issues now, build that fleet. But again, the career volunteer involved in the grassroots level.
But the standardization is both with both career and volunteer?
Yes.
Like I'm the chairman of the committee for our system, volunteers career, and we every year we look at the standard as a committee, and we say we should be carrying 12 left-handed wrenches versus 10, and we put that into the standard. Then we don't go back and change it, but anything new that comes on has to meet that standard. Must have 10 of this or 12 of this or whatever. So but that's worked really well for us as far as that, and then it allows for planning in different things.
And we're the same way as far as our standardization. I have a standard ladder platform, standard straight stick, standard tanker, standard engine. We tweak them as the years go on because we're buying something new every year. So sometimes we'll tweak a light package or something different like that, but the standard is the same. It's a 9-liter engine. It's a 2,000 gallon. It's a pump. It's a water tank is the same size. There's the same complement of hose. They look the same. Sometimes they change a little bit as we tweak them, but we have a standard too. We call it a cookie cutter, almost a cookie cutter. And the manufacturers like it. And guess what we can do also? We can budget the same way because we know what we spent this year, 3% more, and typically we're right target, right on what it's going to run us. So it helps our CIP process. It helps all of that.
And you know, the one thing, I mean, like I said, we've gotten away. Well, the board was kind of voted to get away from a model. Previously, what used to happen is, you know, the board would set a certain dollar amount for what companies could purchase, and then anything above and beyond that, each of the individual companies were responsible for whether it's a certain portion of debt service to pay back to the county. And then the company's got whatever that engine went to surplus, depending upon, the years they can keep the proceeds from it. We went to a different model where we're trying to, one, have the county be responsible for that apparatus up front, purchase of the apparatus, the debt service payments. We don't want the companies to be.
Equipping it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and again, that goes back to having kind of a standard for whatever the equipment is. Everyone's gonna have some specialty equipment that they need for their own areas. But then, we provide the funding, the standard funding for whatever it is. And then we provide the debt service or whatever funding mechanisms in place. And then when the engine goes to surplus, the county surpluses it. And then we kind of move on and kind of keep that process rolling. And hopefully that'll streamline some things moving forward. But again, it's kind of going back to the standard a little bit and having some other possible pockets for equipment.
I think having standards, helps to drive the decision making, having the life cycle management in place helps drive it as well too. Having the reserve funds being built into the budget helps as well too, because otherwise it's too easy for us as board members to focus on, the asked expenditure, especially if you haven't stayed on top of it, which, may throw a budget off in a tight year. So you have to get yourself, I think as all of you have said, you play catch up at different times. And catch up can be kind of brutal. But it just sounds like once you're caught up, it becomes a whole lot better world at that point in time.
And I'll be honest with you, I applaud the boards from, I guess your interest, okay, because this group over here, they need your interest. They need your interest in this whole global picture. So oftentimes, what I've seen in my past has been that either the council or the mayor or the board of supervisors, they only seem to care about the fire going out. Okay, or they only hear about a house that burns and did the truck show up or not. So I applaud the interest. I think they do, the chiefs do. The chiefs, if it's a teamwork event, then you'll figure it out. We're comfortable. We're confident that you will figure it out what's best for Fluvanna. I would almost, for me, I think I should end it there. Okay, but I do applaud your support in this direction. I really do.
I really want to thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for all that you do. You serve people every day. And it's sometimes a thankless job, but you see the smile on somebody's face when they're relieved, and that takes the place of everything else. One last quick question. You talked about your engine. How much is your average engine put running? Off the top your engine.
If I had to buy an engine and fully equip it, at my cost right now, I would be looking at $750.
And that's fully equipped.
Fully equipped. I don't buy them, but if I had to fully equip one,
Right.
I'm putting 120 to 150,000 of equipment onto an engine.
Right.
My cost right now is 600 for a base.
600 for base.
And did I hear
Custom.
did I hear you before you said 1.3 for a ladder truck?
I'm at 1.3 for a platform.
What's that mean?
Well,
Get Richie to translate, but we might need a
I'm sorry.
translator.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta realize too that when I came into fire service, I didn't even know what a fire hydrant was, okay?
I know what a fire hydrant
So a
is.
platform in the fire service is it's what Lake Monticello has now, a platform truck that can, when we talk about safety for firefighters, it's probably the best thing that you can do for them is put them in a platform. Sometimes your wheelbase and all that doesn't work, but that's a platform truck, a platform aerial device with a bucket at the end that you can put 3 or 4 firefighters.
And you were talking about the lifetime on the ladder trucks, 15 to 20? Is that what it
You
was?
said 20 to 25.
20 to 25.
That's what we're feeling with you guys based on the numbers that we've seen from Fluvanna County.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, yes, we think that would be,
they're gonna try to make it to Kent's Store, but you talked about the 25-minute drive. If they're on the ladder truck, it's gonna be at least a 25-minute drive to get to Kent's Store to come to them. structure fire, unless Chief Constantino is driving. And I'm not gonna talk about that, just get out of the way.
Well, and again, those things play into your ISO ratings. They all play into other, your fire insurance ratings. All these things kind of come together for your citizenry. So when you have to sell it to your citizenry, the newer equipment, the placement of your equipment, the location of your fire stations, all of those things come into your ISO ratings, that which in turn for your citizenry reduces their fire insurance costs, maybe saves them some money at the end of the day on their insurance.
Did any of the chiefs have anything that they wanted to ask? Chief one?
No, I know I learned a lot from it, just in discussion with chiefs. And our group of chiefs from within the county, we probably sat down and discussed a lot more to some of the stuff that recommendations that they had as far as truck spec and trying to keep everything a little bit more consistent across the board. I know we've been in a big transition in these last 2 years, and of course we had the pandemic done on top of it, so it's quite tough. Get everybody on the same page, but a lot of what the chiefs have recommended, we have been in discussion or has already been implemented or in place. The CIP requests that we had, majority of them are already planned out. We already have that based on our needs. And the way that the fleet is currently set up is what we feel is best for us. We'll take have a discussion about the recommendations that the chief had, and then we'll evaluate it and see if it's something that we need to look deeper into. Everything that they have recommended or we discussed, has just been good. Talk. That's all I have.
I know Chief Constantino has something he wants to add.
Not really, though. I just say, I want to thank the chiefs. It was very easy to work with them. Felt very comfortable. It wasn't adversarial. Gave all the information that I possibly had, as did the other chiefs. They made the process really, really easy and comprehensive, and with low support on everybody's part. And I just want to thank you guys again. What you've done for us.
Chief Adam?
I'd also like to thank you. I agree with everything Dwayne and Rich said. And Dwayne put on too, as far as question one goes, whether we should do something that kind of stuff like that. Before I speak to the board on that, I'd like to speak with fellow chiefs and.
That's something y'all need to sit down.
We got to talk about it, just like you guys have to talk about it too. But then we get together, talk about it together.
I'm not laughing at you, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, well, thank y'all so very much, and.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Captain Lyon, well, Captain, we're talking about fire truck, and Captain,
Yeah, Chief Fuller.
where, is he back there?
Yeah, school board meeting.
Oh, that's where he went there.
He's got two hats.
Well, that's what I just did on my phone. I went, where'd you go? Because I know Chief Fuller was in here, but we have the president. Did you want to say anything, Mr. President? Against Storm?
I'll echo his Chief Fuller point. Some of the interaction between the chiefs came into effect. It was more of a coaching perspective than it was an inspection perspective, and I know that's where the real learning point picked up, the interaction between Noel and York's interaction with the individual companies. And we really appreciate that. This is an overview. A lot of the learning points occur in the individual stations. People need to express that. Thank you all for the perspective. Experience learning is valuable, but how can I help you perspective as opposed to coaching and coaching perspective. We
we much appreciate that. And I feel like the phone is reaching out to you individually. If she comes up, we will be on. Thank you.
And I spoke to it before, it is a brotherhood, so it's not, so it wasn't for us a side, we weren't picking sides here. But this report, that's why we presented it today like we did, because we didn't want to make it seem like we were, we want these gentlemen, we want them to build with you. What you, this is just our look see from the outside. So that's why we presented it like we did today. And yes, that's why, I'm sure it was a surprise to them. I promise it was, okay? But that's how we wanted to present this, so that we were totally independent and that we weren't appearing to be on anybody's side, but we are firemen. We are firemen at heart, and this group welcomed us, and we appreciate that welcome that we received. And thank you again to the county, okay, for asking us to come in and actually maybe give us some background on some things.
Chief Lott?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you all for your time and your thoughts. Your experience has been valuable. It's been great working with you. It's been great talking to you, and I don't want to stand on it. This is going to be useful. I'm not sure there were any huge surprises here in any of this, but it did focus things in maybe a different way than we were thinking about. And so I want to thank you for that, and I think it's going to be a useful process moving forward. So thank you.
All right, well, are there any other questions or anything? Anyone else with a comment? Any other board members?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I went to another level of learning. I'm learning all the time. 13 years on the board, I'm still learning. And I remember years ago when my deceased husband was a volunteer fireman in Fort Union, we had the scanner in the bedroom. So that's about as much knowledge as I had in whole card, and everything came over the scanner. And the equipment and jumping in and putting on the stuff and going. So that's my level, started from that point. So hopefully within the time I've been on the board that I have learned a great deal. So I've enjoyed your conversation, and I'm definitely very proud of our chiefs volunteering and everything that they do. I think we have the best group outside of Mississippi staff. Virginia Beach.
We all started as volunteers too.
You did.
You know, we started with our clothes next to the bed, but that's where they sleep at night. I promise you, their clothes are laying on the floor next to their bed. So when that call rings,
Right.
they're coming
Not
to
only
the aid.
did you get the fight, you had everything. They all understand. So you
Yeah,
know
because we had
that.
the police was on there also.
Oh, yeah, we had the police too on ours. right?
Oh, yeah. Like I said,
Everybody knew your business.
we grew up in the same little town.
Yeah, yeah,
Kind
we
of
did.
Yeah.
my paths crossed later on in life.
Right, sure do. 20, 30 years down the road. our
I'm sure
paths
Sheriff Sheridan shared the fact that the emergency vehicle was theirs.
What's that?
That the emergency vehicle used to be
Oh.
theirs.
Our father used to run the rescue squad out of the back of her, so instead of dialing 911, you just called answer.
First ambulance service I worked for a time was
In your
out
back yard.
of the hearse. Yep. Put the red light on the roof and put the curtains off the
That
back.
was my job as a 12-year-old, was to take it red light off if we had a funeral. One time I forgot to roll the wheels over. We're standing there holding the casket, Daddy was not happy.
See him now.
Again, thank you.
Thank you for that, guys. Chairman.
Thank y'all.
Chief.
All righty, so I guess we're gonna go to our dinner recess.
Yeah.
Oh,
See you.
yeah, I forgot that.
Sorry.
I just realized I had gotten that package.
Ms. Eager, are you okay if he sits beside you?
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, I can get
There,
it.
what's that?
Even under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
I can get into it, read on.
Little brother.
And go into the, how about this? Let me just go ahead and I'll do the meeting and then you just go directly to the file.
Okay,
Because I'll go through my presentation first and then you can just be ready to go into the file.
so just go straight into that.
Yeah, into the budget file. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Okay, so we, so, you know, good. Mary Ann, you get ready?
I'm ready.
Kate and Kelly, we're all set. I got video on, we're unmuted.
All right, I now reconvene this work session of Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors. So we're going to go straight ahead to E, budget review, budget changes since March 3rd meeting.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you all. Let's go through a few changes. Kind of briefly discuss one specifically regarding some salary information and some health insurance information, a little more detail. Just one thing to give you a heads up on that's kind of not necessarily budget related, but it does have to do with money. So we got some preliminary indication from VACO and NACO regarding the new stimulus bill that's coming through. I saw, and finance is gonna love this, but I saw what Fluvanna's allocation is gonna be for that, what's being proposed, and we're showing $5.3 million
Additional.
additional CARES funding.
And where does that specifically have to go?
So this round with the CARES funding, it's a little more wide open and we have to wait to see what some of the final budget language looks like. There's still a component of, you know, having to kind of respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. But there was also some, a little more openness regarding revenue replacement and also regarding infrastructure projects. Just one thing I read was you can get half of the funds within the first year, and then the rest of the funds, if I remember correctly, said you can use up until, and I don't recall the month of something of 2024, and maybe it was
I think it's
December 2024. December, yeah.
2024,
Yeah.
I think.
so 2.5 years worth of funding.
Yeah.
Half of it would be given such and such, and the second half no sooner than 12 months after the first.
Yeah.
Ways to give it away, can't it?
No, sir.
So like I said, I mean, this doesn't necessarily have to tie into this, but from a budget standpoint, once we know a little more detail on what we can use that for, there may be some things that we're looking at that maybe there's an offset some way, somehow.
My first question is going to be, can we do like the sheriff's department and the salaries we're able to reimburse ourselves for?
What I read didn't specifically state that, but they haven't come out with the full language yet.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, so it's too early to tell right now,
Yeah.
but I'm imagining that we're probably going to be able to do the exact same thing there that we did before. It's just
Yeah.
And I also mentioned broadband.
Yeah.
Broadband,
Specifically.
yeah,
Yeah.
and businesses are still struggling
They
too.
mentioned that. They
Yeah.
mentioned businesses,
Right.
and also
So
in
it's not
general funding.
Hospitality.
Nonprofits that mentioned.
nonprofit,
Yeah.
yeah, so basically, we're not just giving money away, there's need out there, and I mean, families are really needing to pay rent. I mean, I know a family right now, don't know how they're gonna pay rent, they want to everything, and it just, and it's not that easy to go step up and say, give me $1,100, $1,200 for rent, 3 teenagers, nobody's working.
Well, regarding the broadband, like I said, board members, like I said, I sent it out, and then if you're interested, there's yeah, the TJPDC electronic Zoom meeting.
Is anybody gonna be able to attend that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be on
I was gonna say, are y'all gonna be, I was gonna ask, because I'll be in class.
I'll be in California, but I'll be attending it.
Well, that'll be early.
Zoom in, huh?
Yeah.
That will be a Zoom.
It'll be a Zoom. Yeah, I really want to hear what they have to say and how that partnership with Dominion and CBEC is working out and what that's going to look
Yeah,
like.
exactly.
But anyway, let me get back down to where we really need to go here before I get too far down the line here. So anyway, just wanted to give a few updates on staff pay plan and health insurance. So one, this is just kind of showing the county staff pay raise history, kind of showing over the years, generally been around, on average around 2%. And in particular years, there's been some targets and some different components of raises that's gone a little bit higher. But for fiscal year 21, for the current year we're in, the board approved a 1% COLA, and then the board gave a 500 for full-time employees and a 250 bonus mid-year. And just as you remember, the cost of living adjustment policy, the board adopted this back in June of 2020. Any employees that have been hired prior to March 1, 2021 will be eligible for whatever COLA the board approves, if the board approves one for fiscal year 22. Some things to also look at here, so one of the most recent things that's kind of pushed out regarding from the General Assembly was up to a 5% pay increase in fiscal year 22, specifically for constitutional offices. And remember, from the constitutional offices standpoint, that applies to comp board funded positions, which is not necessarily every position in each constitutional office. There's also, as Ms. Mabe talked about before, there's also some funding from DSS, from state and federal revenue. So as it stands right now, in my budget, I have a 2% COLA. I have a 2% COLA for staff. Before we knew some of that, there is actually, once we get to the budget balance sheet, with my current 2% COLA, there's also some reimbursements based upon a 2% with what's being pushed out now. If the board decides that they want to go to a higher percentage, here's just kind of a look of some additional reimbursements we would get. So from the comp board, if the board did anything between a 3 to 5% COLA, we could reimburse ourselves anywhere between 42 and 105,000. And I'll go more in detail with what that looks like against the COLA. And for social services, that would be from 3 to 5%. That would be anywhere from 40 to 65,000.
What about the following year then, if you do that?
Then that's kind of baked into the new salary based
So
upon
you have
comp
to pick
board.
it all up the following.
No, the
No.
comp board still covers.
The comp board still
The
covers.
next year, you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Continue on indefinitely. Okay.
Yes, because that is the new
That's what I was
base.
wondering.
Yes. In addition to, there's language that's been out regarding schools. And it's discussed a 5% pay increase over the biennium, which is fiscal year 22 and 23. If you remember, the school board came forward and requested $787,900. That's their current request. In my fiscal year 22 budget, I already have $300,000 in that budget. So based upon that, if the board wanted to fund their full request, we're short $487,900. Now, also with this new 5% pay increase coming out, if the schools end up giving their staff, whether it's a 3, 4, or 5% pay increase, there's going to be state offset for the schools, but remember, not all positions in the schools are funded by the state. So there would be they would have some additional requests to go up to the 4 or 5%. in an email from Miss Gillum, if they wanted to do a 4%, they were gonna need an additional 100,000 from the county. Or if they went up to 5%, they were gonna need an additional 200,000 from the county. Right. Looking at just from a cost standpoint, so if you remember here, this is what I've shown the board before. Basically, a 1%, basically a 1% COLA for county staff, not including the schools. Every 1% with salary and benefits costs about $101,000. Currently, right now, in the county administrator's budget, I have 202,000 in there. So you see, just goes down to 303, 404, 505, and obviously that's it's kind of a rounded number. Now, when you bake into that different reimbursements from the comp board and social services, the column on the right really shows kind of the true cost, the net cost to the county. A 1% is 80, a 2% is 134. And remember, I've got 202 in my budget, but we've added some, since some of this new language has come out, we've added some reimbursements in the budget balance sheet.
So 133 additional would take care of a 5% raise, if that's what the state says, correct?
So if we have, let's see here.
202 to 335.
Yes,
So
yes.
132, 133.
That's correct. Yep. So that's just kind of looking at COLA increases and kind of how that pertains to what's being put down from the General Assembly and what's available for state-supported employees. Looking at health insurance, as I reported to the board last week, we're looking at a health insurance increase this year. Not as, it was a little bit more than we anticipated, and we can look at that a couple of different ways. The chart on the right here just shows kind of our health insurance premium change. And remember, this is different than your actual health insurance change. Year by year, we look at the premiums, because even though, the carrier may say that you had say it's a 16% decrease. Well, depending upon what types of plans individuals selected during that year, this is showing what the potential health insurance change was. So we had a significant decrease in the current fiscal year for 20, and that's looking at around a 14% decrease. Now for fiscal year 22, Anthem is projecting an 8.4% increase. And if the county were to cover that whole amount, it equates to about 136,000. Right now, in my budget, I have 92,000 already in there. So let's just, and I'll give them some more specific, but if the county covered the whole thing, it'd be another $42,000. So these are really some of the options, and I'll kind of look at the plans a little bit, because that's something that the board's going to have to kind of decide how they want to go with that. So every year we kind of give the board some different options to take a look at. Option one is the county pays the same amount. So this is basically that the county is going to pay the same amount they paid last year, and any increases would go to county staff. If county staff had to cover the increase, obviously there is zero increase to the county. And right now, with my budget having $92,000 in there, the board could then reduce the budget by $92,000. On the flip side of that is, if the employee pays this exact same amount that they're paying now, that means that the county picks up the full 136,000 increase. And again, as I discussed before, I've got 92,000 in my budget. That would mean to keep the same, for employees to pay the same, the county would have to pick up another $44,000.
I thought we always had the employee pick up a certain percentage. If there were increases in it, like a 0.5% or 1%, then they'd pick up, or 5%, county pick up 95%, whatever.
Yeah, and Mr. Weaver, that's correct. Like I said, I'm just showing you the two flip sides. The option 3 is really what you're talking about. And this is kind of what we've tried to kind of do in the past, where the county pays the same percentage that they paid last year. And once I kind of go into some of the plans, I'll show that to you a little bit more. But again, if the county pays the same percentage for all the plans they paid last year, that's $110,000 county increase. And if you remember, I've got 92,000 in my budget, so that would mean an 18,000 increase to the budget now to follow the percentage where the county and employees share in the increase. And then one other option that I have is the contract, the county pays, and I've adjusted premiums to fit within the $92,000 budgeted amount that's there. Obviously with that amount, since it fits within my budget, there would be no change, and I'll kind of show you what some of those look like. So, real simple here, and really what I want you all to look at is really look at this box on the end here. This is really showing you how premiums would change for the employee on a monthly basis. So right here, you have single, you have dual, and then you have family. And this is making county staff pick up the full increase. And you go from anywhere from a single employee picking up in around $50 a month down to an individual on a family plan possibly picking up $150 a month. And like I said, I'm just showing you that for illustrative purposes, and but that's kind of on the one extreme. Again, the other extreme that I said before is employees don't pick up any increase. And as you look at the box highlighted in red here for all the different plans, there's a zero increase because the county's picking up the full increase. But again, if the board wanted to do that, we would have to add $44,000 into the existing budget. Option number 3, which was what Mr. Weaver referenced, was we kind of had something where employees and county pick up a certain percentage. So if you look over here in this column right here, you've got 97%, 90%, 81%, 93%. So again, in all the single plans, we come to an average that the county pays of 88%. And the same thing goes down to here for dual plans, 95, 76. It matches identical over to the other column. So when you do that, if you look at this red box over here, this is where county staff would pick up the same increase that they paid last year based upon that percentage. And for a single plan, pretty much it's not an increase for an employee only plan. For a dual plan, you're looking at $20, $30 a month, possibly. And then for a family plan, let's just call it on average, probably about $40 to $50 a month, depending upon the plan that you choose. And I've got a chart that shows how many people, if you want to get into the more in detail pieces, I can certainly show you, what numbers we have on all these individual plans. But again, on this plan, the county would pick up $110,000, which would be an $18,000 increase over my existing budget. And then option 4, this is kind of a plan to kind of standardize some things a little bit. So under the employee only piece, basically all the premiums are about the same. And even under the employee only piece, some of the employees see a little bit of the increase in here. Under the dual plan, again, it's around $30, $40 a month. And then under the family plan, it's a little bit more than the same percentage as before. And then what we've done on this plan to keep consistency in all tiers is we've flattened and made consistent the HSA contribution to all those. Again, this plan right here fits within the existing dollars budgeted. And this would not change. We wouldn't have to add any additional funds into that. So those are the 4 plans. I mean, really the first 2 is either you pay it all or the staff pays it all. And the board generally hasn't done that in the past, or, they pick up a certain percentage, or, we try and level things out a little bit. The tough thing with last year, we had to switch insurance plan. We switched insurance carriers, and remember we had the couple different plans with Cigna where we had the employee only and then the employee spouse, and that plan went away, and those individuals, if they had children, had to go to the family plan. So last year, we had to really, if you remember, we had to kind of level out the family plan a little bit and lower some of the premiums on there. For those individuals that were coming down there, they didn't see a big increase. On the flip side of that, if you were already on a family plan last year and you stayed on that family plan, some individuals saw $100, $150 a month in savings too because of that. So it was a balancing act last year of trying to not have the increase for those going from kind of that employee children plan down to family. But again, so in each of the, certainly my recommendation, as we've done in the past, is either option 3 or option 4. You know, there's some merit to each one of them. And I think it just really depends upon where the board wants to be as far as a budget standpoint or what they feel from a contribution standpoint that staff should be sharing in the premium increases.
Option 3 then was
We should keep the same percentages.
Yeah.
So it goes by the percentages from last year and then
Yeah.
In other words, employees still gotta pay
we
some.
split. Yeah,
Yeah.
we pay part of it, they pay part of it.
What's the difference
Yeah.
between 3 and 4?
That's what I-
So really in 3 and 4, I'll just kind of show you under, so we've leveled out some of the HSA, the HSA amounts. We've tried to level out what is being paid under each different tier, whether it's an employee only, a dual plan, or a family plan. So as you see here, and I'll just try and go back and forth, under the employee only, under the option 3, there's really not much of an increase to employee only premiums. You can see, you know, minus $2 plus $2, $12, $1. That's $1 a month increase. So if you go to option 4, that changes a little bit because, you know, someone may see, I'm just going to use the middle range, maybe $11 or $12 a month increase. And so for the world of insurance, you know, that's not out of the ordinary. Now, I think some of this kind of plays into also is what is the board going to do from a compensation standpoint as well. But again, so if you go down to dual, and I'll go back to 3, so you see right here, it's, you know, 5, 25, 29, 4, 20, 29. And then if you go back here, it's pretty much the same, pretty close on the dual plan.
So basically, the difference between 3 and 4 is on 3, we split it with the employee. On 4, the employee pays it all.
No, the county still pays some of it out.
No. The county still pays part of it.
Yeah.
But the difference between what you have in the budget and the other, that 44,000, the
Yeah,
employee picks up the entire 44,000.
correct,
I said it wrong.
correct.
The
Yeah,
employee picks up, and on 4, the employee picks up all 44,000. And on 3, we split the 44,000.
Yeah, I'm just interested in what the premiums they're paying. I understand that when he's going down telling you.
No, you want to see the premiums, but
Yeah,
yeah,
you're saying down here, you're saying the single people are done now, it's $1. I can't see it.
Oh,
12.
$12, but you were doing it verbally. You told it to me verbally.
yes.
Okay, what about the family plan?
So on the family plan, let me go back to option 3. So under the family plan, so the monthly increase for an HDHP, so this is preventative, this is comprehensive, so $19, $40, $60 a month.
Okay,
$9.35, $71 a month. And then if you go back to here, it's $9.55, $71 a month, $9.55, $71 a month.
I'm just wondering what's coming out of people's pockets.
Yeah, and so that would, under each of the family plans, you know, there is a little bit of an increase under each one of those. And you know, the tough thing is, you know, we do cover a pretty heavy portion of the family plan, but you know, there's a benefit to working in county government as well. And to what degree the board wants to fund that, that's, you know, like I said, that's a board decision, but again, the option 4 kind of levels some of the tiers out a little bit. And really under option 3, probably the employee only, when you're looking at a percentage standpoint, probably sees less of a, well, I mean, you don't see much of an increase because it's, $2 a month, which is pretty minimal.
What's the total premium again?
Total premiums, oh, it's on here, I can tell you.
Premium on the left, that's pretty good.
Total premium.
Yeah, it's, I can tell you right down here.
4, 5,
Well, about $1.3 million here. So, yeah.
For 114 employees, right?
Yeah, let's see.
Roughly.
No, I'm sorry, it's about $1.6 million total premiums for county. The total premium is $1.6 million. And then, again, if you just look at same level for the employees, the county picks up 1.3, and county employees pick up about 377.
What I'm thinking is, I mean, and I don't, I don't know if we've ever considered this, but if you take, $1.6 million, and that's for the mix of plans that we have. Let's say you came out with $1,000 deductible plan only. But the county, agrees to pick up $500 of any person that has it. My guess is that the differential is still going to be substantial enough that we would save money. In essence, that by eliminating the $250 or $500 plan, instead of maybe paying 1.6, you might be paying 1.4 or something like that. I'm not throwing that around.
Sure.
I don't know what it is. If you take 1.4 and if you multiply $500, or even $750 times $114, that's only 114 people. That's 80,000. That's still $100,000 less than the other plan, right? Something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly do that. I mean, so Anthem does offer a 1,000 plan. Again, we kept the levels the same. Just these over time, these have been the tiers that the employees have indicated that they're interested in. The 250 plan is certainly.
No, I'm saying that basically the county agrees to self-fund the differential between 1,000 plan and 250 plan by essentially taking on the risk of the difference there. And so if Anthem charges 1.6 for what we currently have right now,
Yep.
and if we went to 1,000 only plan, it charges 1.4. If you take 114 employees and multiply that by 750, I know there's co-insurance as well.
Sure.
But that's kind of an extreme example of everybody's going to get whacked at that point in time. Is there enough that us basically as a county saying, if you as an employee have these costs, we'll pick that difference up for you? Because it's that initial upfront that's really killing the employer, right? I have the $600 and $700 a month to do that. So that's why I think that, to some degree. But I'm guessing that the math would come out of my favor.
Yeah, I don't know. We would have to go back and look at that and run that to see where that would come, where that would fall. And we can, like I said, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, it's something to look at. I mean, because I think that insurance companies probably know that they're making, profit on those lower deductible, higher level of profit on this lower deductible. So that's where they're doing it, whereas the county has the ability to self-fund that.
Well, and generally too, and I'll tell you from the low deductible ones, so the bulk of our employees are in the 500, whether you're on a family plan, dual plan, or single plan. We've got a very large majority of employees that fall under there. And under the 250s, you have a decent amount, but not a ton. On the HDHPs, you don't have a whole lot of participation on those. You maybe have less than 5 kind of on each, maybe 5 to 7 on each tier. So, some of that goes into, we generally, the way we structure it, we generally pay a little bit less for the higher deductible plan because there's a higher benefit to the employee by going with that. And then, we kind of, you know,
What
adjust
is,
it
in the high deductible plan, what's the premium, what's the deductible on that?
at 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
No, I bet if you had looked at the 1,000, just ask for the quote, 1,000 flat for the, compare the two. And then just did a little comparison in terms of what's the probability risk. That you might save $500,000 for that.
Are you, let me just understand, are you saying 1,000, that's it, and not offering anything else?
Well, I mean, you can still offer the high deductible if you want to do that, but what I'm saying is if you do the 1,000,
Yeah,
okay, across the board, that's gonna be your plan. But
Yeah.
if you as an employee have to incur your deductible costs for that year, because, you know, some employees will incur it, some won't incur it, right? And let's say 35% of the employees meet their full deductible for that year. So 35%, we're talking about 40 employees, right? And if the county paid the differential between that and $250, $750, times those 45 employees, okay, that adds up to roughly $30,000, right? So that's $30,000, but yet if your premium difference was $200,000 between the $1,000 plan and what we're currently doing right now, well, that's 1 point,
Yeah.
that's a lot of money there, right? Now, I don't know if the co-insurance on the $1,000 plan is the same as the co-insurance on the $250 plan, but it may, even when you factor that in, you know, that's what I'm saying, you kind of assume some risk there, then you might have an ability to actually save some money, something to look at. I mean,
yeah, we could,
We can talk to Anthem. I wasn't as involved in the insurance last year when we switched over, but I do know I don't know if they'll only offer $1,000 plan. I know they'll only offer 3. So we have the option of the 250 to 500 in the HDHP or the 500 to 1,000 in the HDHP. So I mean, we can reach out to them and see if they have that option. I'm not sure.
yeah, and talking about, you know, Anthem's a little more, it's a little more straightforward. It's not as, what's that? Oh, Donna, do you want to chime in?
No, yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say, they did not put that on the renewal for this year, but I can definitely shoot her an email tonight to see if that's an option. Even looking out at other renewal plans for other localities, that was not an option, but I'll reach out to my contact.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they gave premiums for 1,000, if I remember correctly. But as far as, you know, co-insurance and you know, what plans, generally from what I remember, they're pretty cookie cutter though. It's pretty standard throughout. There's not a lot of,
Right, you're exactly correct there.
Yeah, there's not a lot of flexibility in how you develop their plans. You know, before when we were Cigna or if you're self-insured, you have a lot more flexibility in how you do that.
Is Ms. Snow the representative?
No, Ms. Snow's HR.
HR.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So, yeah, I was gonna say, just ask you, I mean, in essence, what I'm saying is we're doing a little bit of self-funding. That's in essence what I'm saying.
Yeah, and like I said, from Anthem's point, they don't mess in that, they don't get into that realm at all.
Yeah, I don't know that you need them to get into the realm. You're just saying, you know, we as a county are doing our own self-funding. We're just asking for this premium for me. Right?
So,
Now, that could be an HR administration problem. That may offset it.
Yeah.
Right. But it'd be at least worth seeing what the difference is in a, you know, full, like, even if it's just a high deductible plan and the $1,000 plan. Versus to do that.
You know, you're talking about then giving a $750 bonus.
No, I'm not talking about giving a bonus.
So then it would
I'm just saying,
they'd have
if
to
you
come to
incur that
us.
cost.
Right.
What I'm doing, I'm talking about.
We'll reimburse
We'll
you.
reimburse you. We'll reimburse you. We are instituting basically a $250 plan or whatever the case may be. But we're assuming that risk between the differential, because we don't think that all of our employees are going to hit the $250 of their, you know, and I am saying $250 to make it as sweet as possible. We just don't believe that they're going to actually use that full amount.
Yeah, I mean,
And even if they do, it's the math is still in our favor. You just got to put in the co-insurance because that's a difference. But again, every employee would have to use that. You know, if we did a survey in this room, how many people hit their co-payment
Yeah,
and
that's
their
what I was
co-insurance?
wondering.
How many people hit their how many people hit their co-payment, and then how many people incurred costs of $2,000 or more in co-insurance.
Yeah.
You know, my guess is that maybe 2 of us did. You know, I could be wrong, but you know, the rest of us did not, right? So if the county saved that money and took on that risk, then, you know,
Can you,
that would be good, you know?
can you look back several years, to get that information to see what the pattern trend is? Maybe I don't want you to do that, y'all got enough to do.
Well,
but-
I mean-
but that's what I think in order for you to do, and if I understand, Tony, is that you're really gonna have to do some study.
I think you can do it on a macro level, see if it requires
Yeah,
further
you're gonna
study,
have to-
right? You can just do it like, give me this quote, if that quote's $2 million difference, maybe you dig down, right? You know, it's $100,000 difference, probably not worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Just to confirm, because you got, some of you are, I can't hear very well. You want to check for $1,000 deductible where you guys would cover some of that, but you want to see if Anthem has that plan with $1,000 deductible as opposed to a $250, $500 or HD, correct?
No, the Anthem has the $1,000 deductible, and part of the renewal, I remember the 1,000 rates were in there.
They only let you have 3 plans.
What's that?
They only let you have.
They only let you have 3, yes.
Correct. Yes.
We're keeping the 250 and the 500 and then the high deductible as opposed to putting 1,000 in, right? But again, if you look at it, and we've had this discussion before, you know, the county is paying the highest amount for the people that are the 250 plan.
Yep.
So, you know, employee to employee, you know, if I'm a single individual and I'm on the 250 plan, the county's paying 675. If I'm on the, the county's paying 549. Whereas if I'm a family, the county's paying $1,054. So one person in essence has a $6,000 raise over the other.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
I mean, I'm not, and again, we've had that discussion, but I'm saying if we eliminate that whole conversation by self-funding the difference between the plans, then, you know, we're really, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's probably some merit to that. I think from an administration standpoint, I think there's certainly some extra work from an administration standpoint there, and I don't know what that looks like. And like I said, we can certainly look into that to see what that is. You know, from the Anthem local choice, and this is the one thing before when we switched from Anthem to Cigna, you know, from Anthem, they didn't really drill down a lot into the details of claims and showing you, you know, every single claim and monthly stuff. Whereas when you were a Cigna, there was a lot more flexibility because it was a partially self-insured type of plan is what it was. So you had some more flexibility how you could structure it a little bit. You saw a lot more data. You could really see and drill down. But in the Anthem State Pool program, you know, I'm sure we could pull that information. I'm just saying it's not as accessible as it was with Cigna.
Sure.
But yeah, we can, I mean, like I said, we can look into that. Like I said, I know we received premiums for the 1,000, and we can take a look to see how that is, and we'll have to go back and look at see if we can look into the co-insurance.
There may not be enough time this year, but it's just something to look at.
Well, I mean, like I said, because next week we have to set a tax rate in a budget, so we can look into that. And then, yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do a real thorough analysis, but we can certainly throw a 1,000 into the mix to see what the cost differential is.
Yeah, I mean, once you have the 1,000 rate, you can basically do the math. If they force you to take 2 plans, and you can do the math.
Yeah. And so Donna, maybe maybe we just need to see could we just go with 2 plans?
Yeah, okay. I just was kind of unsure which one we were going to get rid of, being we can only have 3. Sorry, I can't hear very well. I apologize.
All right, like I said, we'll talk, but I think we just need to check with them to see if they allow just 2 plans, for instance.
Okay.
And then we can work some of the numbers from the 1,000 into this as well. and just kind of see where that rolls out. But again, so from health insurance, that's really what we're, let's kind of go back. So that's what we're looking at with this current structure. Option one, county covers all. Option two, county employees cover all. Or I'm sorry, I said that vice versa. Or then option three, county pays the same percentage as last year. Or option four, the premium is structured a little different, and the current budgeted amount would fit within the current budget as it stands right now.
I'm sorry, remind me, is the current budgeted amount based on a percentage, or it was just a flat number?
So it was based upon 5.7%. And I'll tell you, originally, we had about $80,000 in there. And just with some of the unknowns from what we were hearing, as we were balancing the budget, we put some additional into the insurance line. But
We expected 5%.
yeah. So we had about 80,000 in there originally for, yeah. So that's it for health insurance here. And so now what we'll do, we'll get into the budget balance worksheet, and I'll have Liz get into that piece a little bit. And then I need to stop sharing my screen, and then you can go in and share. And board members, you actually have the budget balance worksheet here right in front of you. And what I'll do, I'll kind of go up here and just maybe move that. Maybe move it to the left or the bottom or something. That's something we.
If it is on her screen, it's on my screen. There you
That's
go.
weird.
You got it on. I've got it on the bottom of my screen.
Okay, well, let's
Where?
do
You
this.
can move it down to the bottom.
Okay, so we've had a big change since our last meeting. So I'm just gonna point right up there. If you look at column I under adjusted budget balance, we are $993,000 to the good right now. And so where we ended up last week, we went through some budget stuff and the board put some additional positions in the budget. And since last week, we ended up at about 110,000.
We're 107 in the hole.
107,000 in the hole. Since that time, and if you scroll up, Liz, to the revenue section here a little bit first, we'll look at some of this stuff. We've added a few bits in there for comp board reimbursement, since I got the 2% COLA in there. If the board stays with the 2%, there is reimbursement from the state for that. So we added in a wedge of 42,000 in offset from comp board for 2%. Also, we added in the 2% figure for DSS from state and fed of 26,106. Now, if you go back up to the real estate, to the tax section, that's been the biggest change from the last meeting. Mr. Sheridan, the commissioner, has provided, we've had some new values come in on real estate. He's had some more property CO'd. And the biggest change is on personal property, which is an $850,000 increase from last year. So Mr. Sheridan, you want to talk about some of those numbers a little bit?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dahl, we have to. I briefed the board, I think, a few times on the changes that we were expecting in specifically personal property values, and that the traditional approach of a car, truck, boat, camper devaluing 3, 4, 5% a year was not going to be the case this year, just based on their information to us. And it was based on a couple of things. One, the value of used vehicles actually increasing, and two, the inability in a number of cases to not be able to go buy a new vehicle that you might want because of part shortages, etc. Well, that actually came home, this week to roost. We got the math from NADA. I could not have had it earlier. We did it until the databases were sent to them. They price everything that we asked them to, about 35,000 pieces, personal property. So we got those numbers on Monday, and my staff was kind enough to be crunching them, pushing them through. And I've been in contact with Ms. Tisdale and Mr. Dahl that it looked pretty darn promising. Well, it is from the perspective collectively value, it's up 9%. What that means is that, and this is not pending information, it's not vehicles that might pick up, but this is actual value that we have that will be billed. There are always minor changes. There's always those people that don't tell you until June that they sold the car last October, but those are very minor. These are real numbers that we guarantee you, we ran them through the system at least 6 times today to be sure that it was as high as it was, but there is an increase in personal property value of a little over 20 million, which equates at your current rate of 435 per 100, equates to, like Mr. Dahl said, just a touch over $900,000. That, what we anticipated, so just a little bigger than we anticipated. In addition to the, we put 80 houses into the system, new homes that have been CO'd that were picked up, CO'd in October, November, December, or early January. Those numbers were pushed into the real estate database about 11 o'clock today. That's how hard we've been trying to get you the information. So, it's that increased the real estate value 14 million and change, or at 89.5, and that number is notional. But at 89.5, which I think you're working with, approximately $130,000 of additional real estate value, tax dollars, and then of course business personal. Business personal is up. That's at a lower rate. Y'all know it's $290. So it's $22,000. But collectively, it's touch over $1 million of additional revenue that you will bill out. It's not a matter of, we hope that it's going to happen. So there was not any way that Mr. Dahl's staff or our staff could know that. We always, I guess after been through the school of hard knocks, we always try to start our budget process as conservatively as we can, only with what we know we have. And then we build into it what we get based on the information we receive from native and new homes. Frankly, I wanted to be very sure about the value of the sign. If you had an older pickup truck or a new pickup truck, it didn't not only maintain its value, it increased in value probably. I'll give you an example. If you happen to drive a 2017 F-150 crew cab pickup, it went from 27,000 to 30,700 in this year. I mean, like 30. Thank you. That's a 12% increase if you happen to drive one of those. If you drive an old 04 F-150 pickup like the commissioner does, it went from $2,300 to $3,600. That's a 56.
That's got more than 100,000 miles.
It does. Well, it does, but that's a 50% increase in that. So the only downside is the phone calls that we'll receive that says, okay, if you'll buy for that, you can get it, but
$4,200, I remember that.
so as you know, like, and I just kind of took a look at, if you happen to drive a 2013 Jeep, you had a slight increase like county administrator, because these are things, people are interested. What in the world is Mr. Dahl? 13,500 to 13,600, so nominal, but it.
Put up $100.
Yeah.
What's my Ferrari doing?
I didn't check. I didn't check that, but across the board, it's 12, 14. If you drive an F-350 crew cab, it went up 14%, you know, so if you're Ms. Mayo, you know, it went from, that truck went up, I just looked at the pickup, you know, 34,000 to 37,500.
So those are pickups.
The pickups really took it on the chin. I looked at, well, in fact, Priuses went up too. But suffice it to say, without belaboring it, NADA has assigned and higher values pretty much across the board to used vehicles. The county, that's, there's simply more real revenue available at that current rate. You know, I can tell you that the 435 is what it's been for some time. Y'all know that. Maybe it's enough for you to actually lower that rate a touch. But the math is the math. I won't get into, y'all got a really hard job, but it's a little over $1 million of additional revenue you do have as a result of these data figures coming in. Be happy to answer any questions about it. This does not include what I believe will be an increased year for public utilities. We don't know that math until September, really. That's been down for 2 years running, and the standard has been down 1 or down 2 years, but then rebound on the third year. This is their third year. So, but that's, I wouldn't ask you to budget on betting it's going to go up, but I believe it will. Sales to assessment ratio is always a concern. We've gotten down around 95. It's traditional that when you have a reassessment, it goes up above 98%. I believe will be 98.5 or 99 as a result of the reassessment. So that's not built in. I imagine the budget's probably built with a little less of ratio percentage. So I'm just looking at some things that it did not include, which is, you know, and it certainly doesn't include probably 250 more homes that will be picked up this year based on the, I think y'all is being built right across from BP at Lake Monticello, what's being built over on Miles Jackson, what's being built in a few other places in the traditional 150 or so homes that we've been built. Broken Island is another one. Doesn't include anything that might cost from effort. So those homes don't get picked up for the full year because they don't get completed, you know, in January, but we do prorate homes throughout the year. And this gives you a little buffer, I guess, and that's probably a really good thing. I suspect we'll pick up 250 more houses during some big portion of the year, at least 2 months up to maybe as much as 10 or 12.
Is the 94.5 collection rate a good number? I mean, I think, you know, so talking about COVID and the impact on personal property versus real estate property.
Ms., you know, of course, Ms. Lynhurst, the expert there, I would say it's probably a pretty good number. We do almost always get the funds we don't collect during the year. We do pick up generally with interest and penalty. By the time 3 or 4 years has gone by, it's up around about 98 to 99%. But the initial year, 94, 95, Mr. Dahl knows the math. He's expert at it.
Yeah, like I said, we've been pretty solid with the 94, 95, even with you know, the past pandemic, and even like delinquent real estate taxes, they've been going up the last couple of years even too in the revenue that we've been collecting, and we've accounted for some of that too. So I mean, so the board's at a point now where you got, we'll just call it, you know, for round numbers, close to $1 million surplus in this budget right now. So I think, you know, from just prior discussions, you know, some of the things to discuss still, you know, as I talked about, is from the COLA standpoint, from the health insurance standpoint, school standpoint, and then I think that in this May, there's a position in there. She's got one position that's going to be covered by the state, federal 100% in this fiscal year. After that, it would have to be picked up by the county. It's a pretty small percentage, if I remember correctly. But like I said, we can go into that. The board added deputy. added some positions in last week. And then, kind of the big elephant is what to do with the CIP. And, we had a pretty in-depth conversation regarding, do we take out a big debt issuance to do, some buildings and some catch up and, different ways to structure that. So how does what's the rule of the board for starting out? Is there anything particular that you want to look at first?
I'm saying that, payroll. Is it, you said the state is saying 5% for the year.
Yep.
That they will match. Or what's the wording on?
Well, I mean, that they're gonna reimburse based upon if the county.
What percent we give? If we give 5%, they'll go up to 5%.
Then what about the following year?
Then the state will continue to pay that. Remember, but again, that's
what I was wondering.
that's only for state-supported employees that we're getting that reimbursement.
Oh,
Like the sheriff's office, I'll use the sheriff's office, for instance. The sheriff's office probably only about 2/3 or a half of his positions are funded, so.
We have to take out the others.
Well,
Yeah.
but that's locked into the budget.
That's the
Yeah.
same thing we do with
Yeah,
every other.
Yeah, so again, we can go back to my presentation, but every 1% in increase is about 100,000 in cost, but then there's the offset of some comp board and DSS funding as well.
What was the difference between the schools? They had 1% because they're on a biennium.
So for the schools, so theirs was, yeah,
We'd go up to, if we did the whole thing.
yeah, if you did they did the 5%, I think they were talking about that, they did an average of 2%.
Theirs is a little different because you have to figure in their steps, because what they do is they give you like last year, they got a 1% raise or a step, whichever was higher. So their net raise was more than 1%, but not necessarily for every person.
The new budget that they're presenting, where they're trying to catch up their steps, or they're trying to catch up between the two bands, the two pay plans.
Right.
Was that based on 4%, 3%, 5%? I don't know.
I think that was based on a 2% plus steps. If we go back and look at.
Or the biggest of.
Yeah, 2% or the step.
Either a step or 2%.
Yes.
So, and I asked Ms. Gill the other day when this whole 5% thing came up, I said, is there anybody whose step is bigger than 5%? And she said, yes. So there are still some people who are going to get a step that would be over the 5%. So you're still looking at 5% or a step. I don't think it was a lot of people.
Yeah.
I didn't get.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know.
No,
I don't think there's gonna be any teachers.
No, there's a few random steps in the pay scale, but there are some larger ones and they're small. But again, so to go back, from the school standpoint, theirs is a little different because they've got all these different percentages based upon, are you here? Are you, is the COLA bigger? Is the step bigger? So for them, the 500,000, so to implement their upgraded pay plan, they came forward with 787,900 or 800. 787,900 to implement that new salary scale. And that was based upon the 2% or maybe the step or 3% or something like that. It equates to maybe a 2 to 3% increase. And they have to implement theirs over by it. And they said, so if they wanted to give their staff a 3% increase.
They said there wouldn't be
Yeah.
any money needed. 4%, they want another 100,000, 5%, another 200,000 over and above. So,
But it wouldn't be 5% because they got a percent last year and it's on the biennium.
well, the 5%, she was including the biennium thing. So,
It's possible that someone could.
well, if we did stuff,
Well, I mean, I'd like to know the numbers if we did the maximum, what they'll match. I wouldn't want to go above what they match. But I'd like to know what the numbers are.
I assume, what they're saying is correct, the maximum is 200,000 more.
yeah.
Yes.
which is, we're still 700,000 short of the thing. Sorry. Their current, we're 400,000, so that's 600,000. Assuming that was the maximum, it could be 4%. We just don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, so again, as Mr. O'Brien said, it's 787. If they implemented the full 5%, however that works on their end, they would request another 200 in local funding. So that's 987,000. And I have 300 in my budget.
Then you said it's 101 for county employees, but it was an offset of, what was it, 50,000, somewhere around 30 something? Per percent.
Oh, here.
Can we just get over?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have it up as a five.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Scroll,
Down.
yeah, or up just a little bit.
Oh, 133,000, I wrote it down.
Yeah, so for
133,000
Is that the
would
3%?
cost us to do 3%
2%.
or 5%.
So 63 plus 40, so about another 100.
133.
Yeah.
That's what you had to the other chart, because I wrote it down. Yeah, that's what I wrote down.
To go from the 2 to the 5.
From the 2 to the 5, it was cost 133. And I'd like to have that number, a definite number, and you said 200,000 additional?
Yep.
So 300,000 of it, anyway.
200,000 additional for the schools, is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm just
No, it's
saying,
more than that. Isn't it more than
right,
that?
if you do the full, $787,900.
789, we have 300,000, that's 489. And then you're saying a 200 on top of that, that's 6.
It's about something.
Yeah, if you want to fund the schools 100% at their request,
If we give them 100% of their request plus $200,000.
that's 687 above what, in my budget.
Right, but I think the numbers are gonna change on their end because of the way they're trying to fix the differentials. So imagine that the pay increase from the state will maybe balance that out, because now you'll have more people that benefit from the 5% increase, but don't need the step increase. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
5% should be bigger than
So that
today.
should be bigger than the step, so therefore they don't need the full 200,000 per se.
Yeah.
You know, they might be a little less than that. From that standpoint.
I'm going, get in trouble when I guess, but if we went up if we went up 500,000 for the whole shooting match, ours and theirs included, the problem somewhere to make it work.
So we go up from 300,000 to 500.
I'm sorry.
They're a school board meeting,
They're in the board
Oh,
meeting, they got the school board meeting.
so.
I'm just spitballing there. I would dare guess that if we went from 300 to 600, would probably be plenty to
Yeah, that
cover
would
that.
we'd be off by 80.
Well, and I mean, right, with schools, it's challenging because you
Yeah.
get returns back.
Yeah.
My concern always with the schools is it seems like that, you know, when they put their ask out there and they're all very passionate about the fact that that is what they believe to be the right number. Inside of that, when you break out the numbers, it's maybe my bias to think that when we don't fund them, the things that adding those new positions that really add to the value of the teaching experience, to the student experience, those don't get funded, right? Maybe you can correct me on that because you know more about which positions are end up actually being funded. Do we get that nurse, or do we get that psychologist, or do we do those things?
Yeah, the one thing
We
for
don't
sure,
fund it, right?
the one thing for sure that I will say from, you know, like I said, they're getting a $1.2 million CARES funding. Forget what we were just talking about, the other CARES funding that is in their. budget.
Beyond our 5.3.
Yeah, that's in there, is in their budget for 2 years, and I know they are pushing forward with some psychologists and funding like that. Now, going back to, you know, does that, you know, are we not doing CTE and other things like that when you don't fully fund the request? That's probably the
But
thing.
to Mike's point there, knowing that they're getting that money, you know, they may reallocate those resources a certain way and be able to fund those positions. So that if you're really at that 600,000, 650 number or something like that, that, you know, probably gets,
It probably gets done.
probably gets done.
I mean, I don't want to put words in their mouth, I don't want to get it to them.
So,
Ms.
so
Eager, do you have any
what are
thoughts,
you
ma'am?
saying? So,
And Ms. Eager, I gotta say, it's so nice to see your smile.
Smile.
I wish we didn't all have, hey,
It's your
you're
breath.
always smiling, I can tell when you're smiling.
yeah.
Um,
Um, I'm a little confused because we're.
right, we're all over the place.
Yeah,
I'm confused.
I'm gonna have to sit down with you
Okay.
and work this out.
Mr. Weaver, you say,
I feel
I apologize for being confused, and I have that effect on me sometimes.
I mean, if you want, we can go down the budget balance, you can go by line and just
Insert the numbers.
take a look and see. So Liz, slide back over to Liz, please. So.
All down.
Yep, scrolling down.
There you go, right there. Don't go
Stop
very
right
far.
there. Okay, so,
Last
so the
25.
first line is, we gotta have where the,
You said 335 would do the 5%. Instead of 202 is 335. Because it's 133.
correct. So we would have to put in another 300, but then there's an offset of revenue on top.
Yeah,
Put
yeah.
it in the 133 so that we get the math, right?
Yeah, if you wanna put in the 130,
133.
yeah, put in the 133 there for right now, just so we can, just for,
Um,
so that
18,000 for the insurance increase.
18,000.
Yeah. I
Well,
think
we
it's
haven't
better.
decided anything on.
Well, we have to
insurance
say,
yet.
that was the one you talked about, Mr. Weaver.
That was
The
option
split, option 3.
Which keeps the same.
No,
percentage.
I'm talking about option 4.
That's actually giving.
That's
more
on the
money.
thing.
That's giving more money.
Option 4
Well,
is,
you had a
No,
different
it's giving
plan.
the same amount.
option 4,
Option 4 says we let the employees cover everything different from Mr. Dahl's.
yeah,
proposal.
option 4 is
If you talk-
92,000 that's in the budget right now covers the increase.
The difference, in my opinion, is simply this, that you're sticking to a percentage, you're setting the precedent that the percentage is this. Now, maybe it's better to set the precedent that the percentage is going down, so I could certainly be convinced either way.
I think the employees should pay something. That includes myself.
Well,
And they are.
well, the option 3, we split the difference from where he is at 92 to 44,000, the employees and the county split. That's the one you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And 4, the employee covers it all, the difference.
It doesn't, 3 and 4 to me, I don't see a whole lot of difference.
Some employees will pay a little bit more.
Yeah.
There's
that's
not a
all.
whole lot of
It's not a
difference,
whole
but I
lot.
think that the 3, I like keeping the percentages going the same
Well,
way.
Except the percentage.
Oh, you
I
can't see
can't
it.
read. It's hard to see in my mind.
Bring your binoculars.
And we need to get another, we probably need to get another TV.
Okay, the first-
Hey, Ms. Eager, I can't see that one either, I have to look at this one.
So the TV, we've already talked to Mr. Notman about getting some more TVs in here.
Maybe COVID will.
Yeah,
pay
and
for that.
you know what you need to,
We're probably
Who
good.
cares that?
you know what you need to, is you need another monitor so that you can move the Zoom thing to that other monitor and not show it all the time.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is
All
plug
right.
in another monitor
All
on
right,
your screen.
so 18,000, I think is right, that was option 3,
Correct.
okay.
That's
And we can live with that right now, we want to come back and change it.
I mean, like I said, this is just kind of going through the numbers right now.
And then
Yeah.
put $300,000 more for the schools.
Okay, so go down those to the schools.
Where's the schools?
Well, that's bumping them to 600,000.
Well, how about this? Maybe instead of skipping through everything, let's just
Yeah,
kind of
let's
go
go
down.
down.
Continue straight
Yeah,
down.
that's all right.
I'm not worried about subsistence lodging for Mr. Dahl,
Okay,
Mr. Dahl, okay,
No, so
we'll get him a 10.
Liz, maybe just show, if you can show over here a little bit and what it's not
I'm sorry.
included.
Okay, hold on, hide that. I was trying to make it work a little easier to see.
Maybe,
If that was big as I can get it,
That's-
with everything on the
So
screen.
has the
That's
accountant
good.
position changed with Ms. Del Lee?
No, Especially.
I think
But
Mr.
is it
McGyver just
extremely
about came
overworked
across the
management
table.
analyst? No.
Better reduce it, I think.
Absolutely, Mr. McGyver
But-
just speaks a little bit more.
Yeah, right.
Ms. Twisdale was coming back as an experienced person. There might be a change in the salary that's paid out for the new position.
Possible.
Who's name?
Ms. Twisdale,
Ms.
Are you
Twisdale's going
retired?
back to spend time with grandkids.
I sent the board an email on that.
You did?
I
I
did,
didn't see it.
yeah.
Listen. You can't come back.
I promise you, I'm not.
Only to visit, only to visit. I'm not saying that.
Listen.
3 strikes and you're out.
Hey, this is only 2.
Oh, my goodness.
And we're not playing softball. If we were in softball, she'd be out.
Okay, where are we now?
So let's see, let's just go back up. So the county administration, I'm not worried about the 1,500, I don't know get that.
Telecommunications.
Telecommunications, that was just a change in what actual expenses. I know Ms. Leonard's not here, but I think when she was here for the budget
She
conversation,
was okay.
she was fine with the budget that I had proposed. We already talked about.
You already added
finance.
in the accountant position.
The registrar, board of elections, there are some things that we didn't fund. If you go into Ms. Pace's budget, her budget has gone up significantly from last year. And there's been a big change in how her office runs. I don't think she's on the line right now. She is not, so.
She'll get CARES funds.
Well, yeah, she probably will.
That probably should cover furniture because a lot of that's done because of COVID.
Yeah, so scroll down there. I think Miss, I don't want to speak on behalf of Miss Treadway, but I think during her presentation too, she didn't have any concerns with the budget that was proposed.
She's from Scottsville. She knows everything.
The sheriff's office, I think there was a few little odds and ends that we didn't include, but we added in.
It's a $5,000 difference.
Yeah, we added in the court deputy, the admin position was already in there, so sheriff, I don't know if.
Food supplies.
I don't know what the other
Literally, that's what it is. Reading that little column over there.
Well, here, go to
Vehicle repossession.
because we actually took some out of the main budget's food supply.
No, I don't think it's,
That's literally what's written in red.
scroll.
That stayed the same.
We went down 500.
No, we went down 500.
Oh, yeah.
There was. Oh, it's not there. Police supplies.
It's all the things in the red because adding a deputy, you have to add those in.
Oh,
there.
yeah, we're gonna have to add those.
That's what it is.
Okay.
The uniforms, the cost for the academy, all that kind of stuff, yeah.
The food
So
back
is
and
that
forth
the
and all that.
63?
The 69,030.
69, okay, oh, 30.
Oh, so that's what we need to put in.
It's actually a little more than that. Because we have to put in the body camera grant match.
Yeah.
I think we should be able to cover that out this year.
That's what Peterson said.
I think it's gonna be just fine.
We're just including it for next year.
Okay.
So that's
So,
70.
yeah, hold on one second. Yeah.
Wait, so we added that in?
We added it in, and then they also have the grant they've applied for that has a matching that we have to cover the match part of it for next year.
For body.
For body cameras.
Okay.
That way, everybody will include myself, I have body
They gotta remind me sometimes when I walk up to a scene.
I get out of things every now and then. I do wear the vest.
Fire and rescue, like I said, we can look at that. They asked for an operation, they asked for a substantial increase in their operations. And I funded them at, which I thought was still a large increase, 10% of what they requested. No, that's, no, so go to fire and rescue, please, Liz. Go down to the operations piece. So they requested 381, 232, 118, and those are the amounts that I funded. I funded 10% above last year's figure.
That's pretty good. Again, they're gonna get cash funds too.
They may, I mean,
I don't know how much CARES funding we get.
Most nonprofits are.
Mel can probably speak to that better than I can.
It wasn't very much, honestly, it's $2,000, but 10%.
Yeah, no, but the new bill does a lot more for nonprofits.
That could be the case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're more familiar with that.
Well, I just was listening to you today, but they're saying nonprofits specifically got targeted.
so that's the biggest change is I didn't fund, so things I didn't fund. I did not fund 37.5 for a volunteer incentive program or 14,000 for what's at the cancer policy. And then just operations.
Um,
Well, that would probably be good to have.
the cancer policy, I will just say this much, that one might not, if we're able to do it, that probably would be.
There's a lot of concern among firefighters.
You know, we lost one.
And it's not
25
only in
years ago.
Virginia, I have friends in Chicago.
It is everywhere, because when you go to a scene, you just don't know what you're dealing with.
Yes.
Yeah. The present one and the one down the road.
And I'm not disagreeing that it may not be a good policy. Probably 3 years back, well, the board also funds accident sickness policy as well. And again, so this would just be a supplement, an additional policy, and I leave it like it is in addition to that.
You don't want to add it, sir?
I leave it like it is.
No.
And
I think it would go
Yes,
a long way
yes.
towards helping the volunteers.
yes,
Yeah, they,
this is incentive.
it is something that they talk about among themselves. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, but
No, it is.
I think it's probably-
Like I said,
And
Probably
we-
we got a lot more back.
we lost a young man and a lot of bills were passed because
Yeah.
of him in the state legislature.
Right.
To help because of that.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the incentives for a long time.
And this one's not a whole lot.
So it's kind of a supplemental policy if someone were to receive a cancer,
Use me as an
some type of
example.
a cancer diagnosis or something like that, the individual or the family gets paid out a certain percentage, and I don't know exactly what the amount is, because I haven't seen a policy, and assuming this is a current figure, but
And it has to be related to that job.
There's certain ones that are listed that
yeah, I don't
are,
know.
I think you ought to know what you're doing before you prove it.
Like I said, I don't know, is anyone from fire? rescue?
the Chief Mayo, are you on here? I think he said he was gonna get on
He's
here.
on. You want me to ask him to mute?
Say again?
We're just talking about the cancer policy that, it was not added in, the 14,352 as an incentive.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. Do you know what that would cover or what? it would do? Or if John,
So-
Chief,
That particular policy, if Debbie is there, she would have that information. She was looking into that, and if I'm not mistaken, that was through the VRVS. And I apologize, I don't have those details right here at my disposal. That's been a couple years back that we have been asking for that, so.
we've got time that we can find out more details, but you're right, we need to know more what it covers.
Well, I think maybe Chief Mayo, what would be as far as sentiment goes among the volunteers? Is that considered a sort of a nothing, or is it considered yeah, that would really make people feel better? I mean, just.
I'm a little hesitant on answering that. my personal opinion, yes, it would go a good ways with the volunteers. The volunteers are able to get, that policy as well. But my personal opinion, and I know it's more, but I think the personal property tax would probably go further. But to help recruit, especially in these days, and retain the cancer policy is definitely a good start.
No,
We only
you
do
do a
this
vehicle license fee.
$33.
Yeah, $33. But the property, the personal property tax thing, I mean, you'd have to, there would have to be kind of more of a robust policy. Like, for instance, I think Albemarle does something where you've got to volunteer so many hours per week or per month or something like that. Someone's got to certify that's taken place. And then I think maybe they allow up to, I don't know if it's 250 in personal property tax reduction or 500 or something like that.
Yes, that is correct. That's how we talked about doing it. It was a minimum. It wasn't just because you were on the fire department. You had to maintain your call status for being an active member, and so just because you were a member doesn't mean that you automatically got the property tax deduction.
Would it include life members?
I think
that has not been discussed to my knowledge.
That's just me asking a question.
Yeah, I remember it was more based upon the hours that someone is continually serving.
Yeah, and it should have some criteria. Like,
Well, maybe we get more information for the next meeting and maybe highlight some of the.
Those could be two things
that can be reviewed. Yeah.
And I apologize, 'cause I'm struggling to hear you as well, but I'll see if I can get some more information on that and have that.
I'll get with Miss Smith and John Lai, because I remember they had some back and they had some conversations about those two things and. But yeah, so that's that. Anything else that the board wants to look at in here?
Thanks, Chief Mayo.
Thank you.
Close it out, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, you want to?
Yeah, I said close it
Okay.
out.
Sorry, misunderstood.
Okay, public animal shelter, that was only if we funded them 100%, and we've already had an agreement with them that we don't fund them 100%. We have determined that there's certain percentages that we pay, and they have agreed to those percentages.
We have a contract on it, don't you?
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Facilities, let's go into the facilities budget. Let's see here. So go up, Liz. Go up. One of them, Mr. Hickman requested a ground maintenance worker one. I did not fund that in my budget. If you remember, I included the park maintenance worker part-time in my budget. We are having discussions about, if Mr. Spitzer gets that second part-time worker, he'll be able to have his staff focus more on specialized stuff within the parks, which would eliminate some of the overlap for what public works, for what the grounds crew is doing. Like I said, Mr. Hickman's here, you can ask him. But again, I recommend it in my budget.
Mr. Hickman? Well, that will then not having to worry about the fields and some of the stuff at Pleasant Grove help alleviate, so that it makes it a little bit easier to handle.
That was one of the reasons for having a new staff member. The other one was the utilities department maintains all their ground, around all their plants. I want to take that away from them because they besides across the department. Concentrating there.
so the new personnel would be taking, there would be just more work around staff. And so that's the reason. And so for my thing with that is, you know, if we're relieving some of the grounds crew for what they're doing at Pleasant Grove, maybe, and then it's not that people are just sitting around doing nothing, but it would, removing some of the public work, and the Pleasant Grove ground stuff, then they can focus on then taking over some of the stuff, like looking at some of the plants.
So you think a part-time person at Pleasant Grove will be able to take care of all of that at Pleasant Grove?
No, Mr. Spitzer, you want to talk, he already has one part-time person, this would give him a second part-time person.
Okay, that's, well, here's the second.
Yeah.
There's still just one person with a whole lot of work there.
Well, they'd be mowing every day and dragging 2 ball fields a day probably.
Yeah.
So they drag Pleasant Grove, that takes about an hour to drag a ball field. I think the schedule would be about 5-hour day, so that gives them about 3 hours to 3.5 hours to mow for the day.
And remember, there's not a lot of.
That's got a little chunk to mow out there per day. So, and then plus we have.
If you got 15 hours to mow in a week, you pretty much cut all.
Yeah, but we gotta still cut Carricksbrook too, because they won't be cutting the ball field, so that's another couple hours down there a week that we have to cut down there too, so. Plus we'll have our trail guy that can come out and help, and then our athletics person if we're not kayaking on the river or the lake. For summer camp. All right.
So we concluded that part-time job would be enough to help us, Mr. Hickman and what
Yeah, I mean,
he's talking about. He sound like, he didn't say it, but he sounds, I did read his body language. And I don't think that's gonna help him.
Well, I mean,
He
so,
still needs that
so, so, I mean, there's not a lot of grass cutting in the winter time, you know, for Pleasant Grove or necessarily around some of the plants, so we think, or maybe not we, maybe I think, that I think we implement this and see what this, with this, having this part-time grounds person, what that can do to the overall makeup of how the parks are being maintained, and then alleviating some of that work from buildings and grounds.
There was
The
a-
only thing it is, keeping grass and so forth doesn't just mean cutting.
No, I mean, there's weeding,
You gotta
there's.
irrigate,
Yeah.
you have to have that.
Well,
I got probably data, you know, so.
my question is gonna be,
Salary and benefits.
That's parents.
No, that would be a full-time person. So the part-time person is in the Parks and Rec budget. Mr. Hickman was requesting a full-time grounds maintenance worker one, and the 45 is salary and benefits. I did not include that in my budget.
my question would be this, how long do we think we're gonna be away before we have to hire somebody in, with water?
So in my budget this year, we included, I included
You
one
included
utility
one.
person, yes.
Okay.
And
And if we find out that this is not the case, we can always readdress it later on, so if we have to.
And then going through his budget, go down there. Again, there is just looking at actuals and looking at what was requested versus actuals, and then kind of going through. You know, there's just things that I found that maybe were not needed at that full. In addition, we got the CRM fund, which covers some of this stuff too. But I'll let Calvin, you wanna speak on any of those particular items? Just go up to, go back up, Liz. Go up under contract services. Requested 190,000 was his plus, and I funded them at 105, and looking at what we have spent previously on contractual services. Now maybe that means we're not doing everything we should be doing. at the, if we're spending 50, 20, whatever, and his budget this year has 105. And, you know, these are some of the things that are kind of included there. But we haven't seen the previous year's expenditures for me to justify the 190. So to me, I would rather, let's see those things happening, and then if we see that things are not happening and the funding's not adequate, we can move forward. And, you know, some of the things too is, we only have so many people to do so many projects. You know, a lot of it is contract stuff too. So we can continually add money to the stack, but I mean, there's a tipping point where you just can't get stuff done because you don't have the staff to do it. So it's kind of a slightly a little bit of a vicious cycle. But Calvin, you want to?
Yeah, I can say we were not as robust this year in getting some of the projects done, and really, it was just the uneasiness of the whole year. So we tried to do as much in-house as we could without going out and contracting any work. As Mr. Dahl just said, you know, we're going to come to a stopping point of that, be a saturation point where we're going to have to go higher. I think we were just anticipating that in this next year, and that's what my place
And then under buildings, equipment repair and maintenance, a little bit of the same too. We requested 199,000, and I funded them flat, and it was based upon actuals of what was spent in 20, and based upon current actuals of this year. You know, and some of it too, yeah, there were some higher amounts in previous years, and some of that was prior to Calvin's time too. And
This also included HVAC, which we now do in-house.
excellent point, Liz. Thank you very much. Yes, remember in some of those, as she said, you know, we used to have contracts and hire out for HVAC work that was done before, whereas now we're doing that in-house. So, you know, we have some expense up in the personnel piece, but I think that we're finding that that position is paying for itself. Keep on going down. Vehicles repair and maintenance, I did not fund fully at the request. And again, it's going back, looking at actuals, and looking at trends. Like I said, we can go line by line. Is there anything in particular the board wants to look at in this, or Calvin, anything else you want to address in this budget?
You know, I want to say that the vehicle repair, we will spend more and more money. We have on our staff, Mr. Anthony Tanner, who is just a highly skilled and saves us lots of money. I can say that. He just he works on the vehicles, he works on the backhoe, he works on the lawnmowers. When there isn't a piece of machinery he doesn't work on, he brings it back to life. And for us, he's just such an asset.
Is that a full-time job?
Full-time position.
Yeah, he'll do some stuff on vehicles, and you know, again, last year he was hired as a ground maintenance person, I think, at some point. And actually, once he was on board, seeing what his actual talents were and what he could do, you know, he's a fantastic welder, and so he's done a lot of things. So last year, I think it was last year, his position got upgraded to reflect all the things that he is doing for the
So
county.
that additional money that you need is for him to work on more vehicles, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I think that reciprocates back to the CIP. You know, if we continue buying newer vehicles, there'd be less work for him, but we don't. And so really, we almost need another one of him in his position because of so many things he's got to do.
Is Mr. Tanner's salary commensurate with his value?
Well, I think when we upgraded the position last year, I mean, when Ms. Rice was here, she went through and looked at similar positions elsewhere. Granted, we're probably not paying what a large city would, but yeah, I know she did her due diligence to look at what the position was. And I do remember she reached out to other localities that had similar position, that had similar duties. And so, you know, I think it was, I don't remember right off the top of my head what it is, but I know due diligence was done on it.
So it's, I mean, looking at the entire budget, your budget here, we're talking about $200,000 less than we requested. You're saying that the vehicle maintenance would be something.
Yeah, I can see it spending that money very easily. I mean, he maintains every vehicle, every car, every truck.
Seems like money well spent.
One person.
I mean, look, I don't disagree that he doesn't do good work. I'm like I said, just looking at the previous 3 years, I just didn't see it, so.
Yeah, but he really just started doing it last year, right?
No, he's been doing it for about 2 years now. So,
That's kind of why is he doing it with such low cost?
Yeah, I guess, you know, it's just, to me, if we're spending $9,000 and saving $25,000, makes sense to me, but.
yeah, if the board wants to add the 5, we can certainly put it in there.
I mean, I'm for it, but
I don't just say that we couldn't do it.
the vehicle maintenance.
Vehicle maintenance.
Vehicles repair and maintenance, line 38.
Yeah.
Oh, first.
Yeah. And to me, I'll say too, like I said, that'll be done. You know, in 17, the past 2-3 years, we've been replacing vehicles a little bit more. So replacing vehicles that were on their last life, you know, the costs were higher back then. You know, if we get in a routine where we are getting better at updating and replacing our fleet, you know, there's still going to be costs, yes, but again, I'm not sure that we'll see if the board continues to replace fleet as we have it. So.
Okay, well, let's just continue to move through and we can remember that.
No, that's some additional funding for repairs.
What would the $5,000 cover?
Salary.
No, not salary.
No, it's just
Parts?
it's just additional, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
$5,000
that
more
wouldn't
in
come out
parts?
that wouldn't come out of,
And we needed it, didn't have it in there, that doesn't make sense.
that's one of those things, if you run over 35,000, just ask.
Yeah, I think so.
Does that make sense?
You just come back to the board.
And
No,
that's something.
we should be running, coming back to the board.
No.
And if you don't need it, it'll come back to us.
We don't
anyway.
know that yet.
Yeah.
But it will, you
Okay.
can make
That-
repairs. I mean, it's not gonna.
You just repair it, if it goes above your, whatever you need, that's one of the things.
They don't come back $5,000, $4,000.
Well, I think we spent $5,000 thinking about this.
I do too, and when I just realized it was just for parts, I was like, okay, come on, let's move. All right, let's go ahead and go forward, right?
Do you want to look at this or we good?
Repair and maintenance, no, more than that.
Well, again, it's a $200,000 differential. That's why I just said, if that's something that'll.
If
help
that's a
with
sticking point,
advocating,
then
I'm all for it. Move on next, you know?
all right, close it out. Please. General services, the only thing that we didn't fund was so for the train energy audit, we get charged every year an energy audit, and this is the last year, this last fiscal year, that we can remove that component. You know, we've talked to others that have had this, and you know, we're with the energy upgrades, we're seeing our savings, but to pay an engineer, to pay train $25,000 every year to tell us that they're meeting their energy savings.
That's not pretty good.
Yeah.
What was the length of that contract?
It was 3 years, I think.
Only 3 years?
Yes.
And how much did we say?
Well, no, the energy contract was 20 years, but for them to have to perform the energy audit, it was, that was a 3-year contract.
So that runs out. That is running out. It will be.
Yes, where we would have to pay $25,000 a year for trained.
We're
to
no longer
verify-
required to do that.
For trained to verify the.
Well, you need to know we're getting our savings, but then are you saying maybe that you could do it every 2 years for $25,000?
No,
I mean, it'd
and
be
we
the
don't
same.
need them here.
No, what we're saying is that Calvin, you want to speak about energy costs?
I can speak to the 25,000. They really just figure out.
I know what they
The
do.
cost was,
Yeah.
and they come back and see us for a couple hours and tell us what the cost was, and we're paying $25,000.
And we could do that
For
ourselves.
a week's worth of work, a
Yeah, they
day.
just tabulate all the data and show up.
Can you
and,
do that pretty well yourself? If you have time?
No, I won't be tabulating that. I'll be seeing the bills every.
Uh-huh.
I can tell you what each one costs.
Yeah, I mean, by.
That seems an awful lot for them to tell you.
Well, it is, and
But it's a
again,
reassuring.
Yeah, I know, but that was part of the guarantee, and I'm not saying.
Right,
you
right.
are.
I don't want to lose the guarantee because of.
Yeah. And they always we always had verification, seemed to me you need some sort of verification, not that I'm advocating.
so I didn't include that in my budget, 25,000.
Is there any way we can do it in-house in any manner?
So, I mean, Mr. Hickman and his,
It's needed though, that's.
What's that?
I don't think it's needed, I mean, it's just.
Well, how do we know then that they are abiding with the contract? Because that was guaranteed for a certain period of time. And this is for 3 years. No, I don't think it is.
so the long-term energy contract is not up, but the energy audit contract is.
Yeah,
up.
that's what I'm saying now.
Yes, but here's my question. Do you want to pay $25,000 a year for the contractor to tell you that they're meeting their energy savings?
No.
And so from Mr. Hickman's standpoint, if he sees,
A differential in the bill.
as they're looking at bills and they see any anomalies or things that look out of sorts, that's where
So the point being is that the energy audit has verified that we're doing all the things that we should be doing, and therefore our costs are reduced to this level. So we now have a baseline for the cost for our energy bills, given the buildings that we have. So therefore, as long as we're in that baseline, that contract's expected to meet that. We don't need somebody to tell us to do that.
Right.
If the bills change significantly, then at that point in time, we're gonna say, hey, something's going on here. Hopefully, it's something like.
What that does sometimes, it's lost in time. In other words, 3 or 4 or 5 years down, sometimes it has a tendency to get lost and people sort of forget about it. And the people involved in it, they're gone. So, and that has happened in this county before, I know for a fact.
Sure.
It has. It got lost in time and nobody knew anything about it.
Mr. Weaver, the thing I'll say about the whole train energy thing, whether we see the energy savings, the biggest thing with that is we were able to tap into, our effective interest rate was less than 1%.
It was great, I know.
And we did a ton of repairs. We did LED lights throughout every county building pretty much. And LED lighting is the biggest savings.
I know all about it.
And we did a lot of the other things.
And
So,
our money's worth.
yes.
I got our money's worth, you're absolutely right.
So move
Now
on.
I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing.
Don't do that.
I mean, in all seriousness, we've done these huge solar projects now at all the schools, and they're in the process of doing the one at the middle school. Because they're cutting trees down left and right, over there right next to it right now, to make room for the panels to go up.
Yeah.
Is that going to affect the contract? Because that should bring the bills down, right?
From the school standpoint, the schools,
Yes,
for their solar project, they have locked in cheaper rates on the energy that they're gonna be.
Well, I mean, but does that affect
That's a good question.
our savings? I don't know how to phrase this question,
The audit is based on the kilowatts used.
correct?
The kilowatts used aren't gonna change.
That won't change, okay. All right, but if we're providing our own power,
But I tell you.
the bill should go down.
You look at those contracts, you better look at them twice, because I've looked at it before.
That's why you're here, sir.
Yeah.
That's why I love you. In all seriousness,
So that's the energy audit. I think that's pretty good.
Question mark.
I'm not saying,
I have fun.
For Public Works, the biggest piece out of the 81,000, and this is something that we probably do need to talk about. Mr. Hickman requested a project manager for the county. Now, I can tell you, at this exact point, we maybe don't need one, but I've said to the board, if we start taking on a lot more projects, good projects in the county, that's gonna be something that's gonna be very much needed. If the board moves forward with a lot of these building projects, having an on-site project manager for the county is a necessary position. If we decide we want to do any other water projects down the line, that's going to be a necessary position.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm not trying to be nosy, but I know we have a project manager we've hired now for the thing, the project at Dutch Crossroads, correct?
We have constructions, well, we have a part-time project manager.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I mean,
So what you could do, I mean, well, okay, so in theory, I think it was a $75,000 salary and wages. I don't remember 100%. Liz, you want to go through it? The wrong one.
I mean, yes, my question is, are we fairly close to matching that right now with what we're doing?
That's salary and wages right there. No, we're not. We do about half of that.
Right, but he's not been there for a whole year, right?
Yes.
Oh, he has?
Oh, yes. Yes. As long as the Zion's Crossroads projects are going, yes.
But that's just one project, whereas this other person, if you
Yes.
hire a project manager, would be in charge of whatever project.
If we start taking on more projects, having one person to oversee all those projects would be necessary.
Well, and you wouldn't have the full-time and the part-time, you only have the full.
You just have a full time. Yeah.
Oh, there's two of them in there?
No, that's just one. Remember, we have one half-time position. He requested a full-time, and really what we should have just done is requested the difference between the part-time and the full.
Now you get what I'm telling you.
Yes. So maybe half of that amount we would need. If we decide we're gonna take on more projects.
With this person, looking at JRWA, if that gets moving, that would not be under there.
No, that's JRWA.
JRWA is its own entity.
No, but if there's any other projects.
There's another water project.
If we do any other water projects in the future, or if we do any buildings or anything, yes, that's.
When we get there, why don't we just do that on a contingency?
We could.
Because I mean, it sounds like it could be 6 months, it could be 3
Yeah.
months. it could be-
Yeah.
We just don't know when that's gonna start.
So let's.
We know we're gonna be doing stuff.
Yeah, we know Public Works is gonna increase its size.
Sure.
I mean, the difference could be done out of contingency.
Yeah, you could do it on a
Yeah.
board contingency if you wanted to fund that out of, you know.
I mean, it's, you know,
We don't know when that's gonna be needed.
We understand the need for the position, we just don't know that we need it, you know.
When the time is gonna fall in, yeah. All right, so close that out, Rose.
Yeah, you figured out what I was trying.
I know what you're saying. No, close it out.
Oh, I'm sorry, I think you said. Hold on.
Convenience center, there's just some small amounts there. Public utilities, it's now $3,100.
Does he take credit cards now?
Oh,
Convenience center?
no,
Miss Wendell can probably answer that about that.
Every little small rinky dink shop in the world takes credit cards right now. You know, and
yes, we are still trying to take credred cards to pay our taxes.
We
well, I
had
understand
some-
that, but I'm just saying there, just.
is it practical to do that?
Well, yeah,
Yes.
you just have a little
I don't
swipe
know.
thing, you just
Yeah.
go like that.
It doesn't cost us anything, they just pass your
You know,
charge to the.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because he's collecting cash,
Yeah.
which means he's got to reconcile the cash. That's time, money spent reconciling the cash. He's collecting checks, which means that somebody's got to mark those, post those, sign those, do all that. There's no way that the fees that he's collecting aren't worth the 2.5% credit card fees they're going to do when you offset that. And the convenience to most people, because I've been there before and haven't had the cash or the check, you know,
Wow.
thinking, okay, you know, and you know, what's the guy going to do? You just dump your stuff on, you know, the cash. I mean, you know, we're probably losing money by not having cash because he's not going to make you go pick up your garbage. He just dropped off, you know.
So now we know what Mr. O'Brien said.
So we'll
Oh, I
get,
came back and paid him next time. I did come back and pay him next time, I'm just
Wait,
saying.
$10 now, give him
What do you
10,
need?
8,
Yes, right.
$8.
so,
I think it's $8. But I guarantee you that happens, and there's nothing you can do about it.
okay, so we'll look into that. The $7,500 not related to that, but.
Does he have an air conditioner in there too?
What's that?
Does he have an air conditioner in there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Look at those two over there going, oh, yeah.
Nice, and he's happy as a chicken too.
All right, what's next?
Public utilities, I don't think we need to look at that, go down to CSA. One thing that was forgotten when we added the new
Furniture.
the part-time position furniture, so we added 2250. Social services, do we know what that amount is? This is the addition.
I thought we put it on there. Where's it at? That just is additional position state funded.
We don't need to add money for the position, but what is that?
I just got an
We're only
update.
2,000 short.
I got an update from schools too.
What we do?
Oh, this is.
We're not there yet.
You need to add 58, 78.
Oh, you added it?
I thought we did, but
I-
it's not
Oh,
there.
but you're not in, you're not.
Yeah,
in
but that's
the
pass-through
folder?
money, right?
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
so-
I couldn't get it.
Yeah, that's just pass-through money.
Yeah, it's a revenue and expenditure correct also.
That's
No,
why
I
you
did
didn't
not
put
get
it in there.
invoiced to make changes.
It's no change.
So does the board want to add, and this may, you can certainly speak on that position.
So the position is, the state's making a lot of changes that totally changed our CPS unemployment prevention programs. And because of all the changes and based on our current workloads, they allocated 58,000 for a family services specialist position. In fiscal year 22, it's 100% state. In fiscal year 23 and going forward, there'll be a 15.5% local match, which is about $9,000.
So that's the 10,240.
So does the board want to add that position?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so Liz is at 58,788 in there.
But isn't it no cost this year?
But just have to add the expense, and then we'll go up top and add the revenue.
We just like making your life.
Go down, no, go down to the additional.
Oh, sorry.
assets.
We did on his copy, and I can get in his copy to change it.
Okay,
I can only get in read only.
well, let's see here. Parks and Rec, I did fund Parks and Rec 100%. Go to Parks and Rec, please. And most of it is under site improvements, go down below at the very bottom. I'm going. It's a lot of this stuff. There's 49, the biggest pieces, there's 40, it's close to $50,000 for fencing. I'm thinking at this point, Mr. Spitzer might want to add that into a CIP.
Next year, it will be.
Future, because it's probably above 50,000 at this point. But these are just some things, again, under site improvements.
Yep. Yeah, the portable pitchers now is definitely, because that becomes a danger over there when you get those rubbers out there.
One shorter than the other.
Yeah.
And we're losing dirt.
And you put dirt on it, but then it gets blown like that.
So we're looking at trying to do that one day. And that way it's not expensive to the organization.
And what he's talking about with those, it also gets them out of the way, it doesn't mess it up when you're dragging. You know, it just, you don't have a mound sitting in front of you, gonna pitch it back here. All of a sudden the ball hits it and who knows where it's gonna go.
Plus you can use it for softball, like a baseball field for softball.
You zoom in a little bit there, just to.
Zoom in, yeah.
Sorry.
It's around the soccer fields, the 3 soccer fields. We have dogs that run on them every day.
People play golf on them a couple times a week that I run them off. Deers are on them, so it's hard to maintain a good soccer field for kids to play on when you can just run your dog on them.
I'm telling you right now that the deer are gonna jump it no matter unless you go 8
Oh,
or 10
yeah,
feet.
6 8, yeah, but I mean, we gotta somehow try to keep people off of them in an open field. I'm lucky to keep a car off of some days. That's the truth.
What kind of fence is it?
Chain link fence. And the gate. The gate be nice because we can keep people out at night.
Yeah.
And the water tank's pretty important too, isn't it? For your irrigation.
Aaron, the water.
Yeah, well,
No.
we didn't have,
This spring, I don't think.
we didn't have as much problem last year, I don't think, with the irrigation from the school where they were sucking all of our water out at one time.
Well, because we weren't in school.
But through that, so.
Well, right now, we're still not.
And with the water we got now, I mean, but you're gonna need it one day when it's dry, you know? And there's no way to really get full water pressure over there right now.
You know, I mean, we certainly need to do a more comprehensive, better water system through Pleasant Grove. That's certainly gonna be a future thing. So doing some type of water tanks and stuff like that, I think until we get the water system.
And I brought this one up before, and maybe you found it. Mr. Black, the county officer, has talked about an existing well that nobody's using. It's in between Pleasant Grove House and high school.
I have not found that yet.
It's.
I'll walk over there, I think it's on the school side.
Well, but ask him, because he says it literally has water coming up out of it. So if we end up having to do something, maybe that's something where we can get a secondary water supply from.
What about the speed bumps?
Oh, my lord, we need those terribly.
Let's do that.
I think
That's part of, I think it goes down to the
Can you
1500.
scroll down a little bit.
We looked, I think it went down to the
No,
prescribed burn.
I want to see, highlight the numbers to see what my 18 comes up with.
I think I got it down to the prescribed burn.
Yeah, keep on going. Keep going. Keep going, yeah,
Right?
that's what I
That's all.
thought.
Yeah, I think it was down, yeah.
Oh, can we turn those all black just to make life easier?
So you funded the speed bumps
Yes, not the trash cans.
Not the trash.
up one.
Yeah, up one and go over to the right.
And we're pretty good on, like, I have a little money left over. I'm gonna get trash cans this year, so we're pretty good on that for next year.
I'm gonna make a definite suggestion about speed bumps. I'm not, where are you talking about putting speed bumps?
Going back towards the pole barn, they fly and we have people walk and run.
Right, well, you better make sure they're marked really well, because I know we put money into buying them at the, or put them in at the school. And when they have to push snow, they forget they're there, and then there's no
We marked
longer
our
a speed
park-
bump existing.
We marked our parking stops in our parking lot this year for public works, so they would not take out our new parking stops. and put up.
And I'm not saying anything bad about anybody.
And they're removable.
You don't think they're there.
Well, these are gonna be removable too, so if we have a big event, we have big tractors come in, we can pick them up, put them on the side and put them back down.
And the ones we moved at the high school.
But we're looking at like 3 or 4 because we have people on 30 by our house.
Just like last year, I drove.
Portable.
Yeah, it's up there, the chain link calendar gate, that would be the gate across the front
Let's see where we are.
of the park.
Oh, that's.
He was asking, the sheriff was asking about if we would block off the park at night, that's where that's at.
But they truly.
With the amount of vandalism that we've been having there at night and people going back in there, they
Portable map. It's basically.
Very important.
Aaron, are you talking about at the entrance of the park?
Yeah, it did entrance to the park.
So do we have to beat out approval to close it?
When I put this in with Wayne Stevens here, he talked to me, I said, so we'd have to go back to ask again, because he did all that work.
Never heard of it.
But I know we had some agree, he said we could have an agreement with them to go to do that. And that was what, 3 or 4 years ago when Wayne was here, because that's when we started that.
It's doing
Some type of gate.
How much was it for, how much was portable?
5,000. 1250
For
for these.
4 of them? 4. What do you mean 4 for?
We have 4 fields. You're gonna use them down there too? Yeah, we'll use them. I know you already used them in Carricksbrook, but those are getting worn out. Well, the softball field would have a baseball pitcher's mound, so we could use it for both. We would knock out. So you could play a tournament and have. Both fields, we would knock out all the raised mounds, so they would all be portable pitcher's mounds. So they'd all be basically a softball field that could be turned into a baseball field, if that makes any sense. You're talking about a flat area, and the nice part about the portable pitcher's mound is what I just told Mr. Weaver. You don't have to come back and repair the dirt, you don't, or fix the dirt, and you can move it to. Sometimes Little League pitches 45, sometimes it pitches 50, sometimes it pitches 55, and sometimes it pitches 60. How much time do you spend fixing the mounds per year? When it's baseball season, if you're baseball. We're lucky that the organization does a lot of that for us.
Oh, nice.
But your staff, let's take away the organization. If my staff would do it? Well, no. Well, we don't do that. That would be Mr. Hickman, because his staff are currently taking care of our ball fields. So I don't even do that right now, really. Your staff spend time repairing that? An hour a year?
An hour an event,
An hour an event, how many events per year?
once a week.
We do it once a week, so you gotta pack some mounds. 30 events? 30 events? We have it every day. We have a team practicing on all our fields every day during the summer. Okay, so an hour times how many days? 7? So 7 hours a week? For how many weeks?
3.
Let's see. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 2,100, what's your guy get paid? $15 an hour, do the math. Replace the mounts, come on, let's get on with it. I think that's what we've kind of agreed on. Yeah, 2,100 times $15 an hour, you know. Literally, I can tell you right now, as a person that's done this my whole life, they pay for themselves. They will. Let's get the mounts.
Anything else?
I know he wants a fence, desperately wants a fence. That's later. What's later?
How much is the fence?
50,000.
Oh,
I'll put it, it'll be a CIP next.
okay.
It'll be $50,000 next year. So yeah, well.
So
There's 49 right now. And that was 2 years ago. That wouldn't even, you know, so it'll be up there.
So it gets around at 5. Close this out.
No, you want to make that one black? The 5? Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Miss Bell.
That's like close enough to know what you're talking about. News.
Still can't type.
That's right.
That,
There you go.
Occasionally can type.
you can tell that former principal, she just,
So library state aid, we basically funded Miss Hoffman's request. She got additional state funding. There's we have a big giant electronic file that's built in down in planning building inspections. There's a CRM coming before the board. It's expensive. Annual maintenance of $800. We would just like to add that in there.
Well, what are you talking?
Line 30, I'm sorry, 66.
66, county plan, okay.
$800.
$800.
About 37.
The repair is $3,700. Had we had some kind of maintenance agreement, we would have had to pay $3,700.
$800 for the year.
Yes. Yep, 800. Good academic development, really, the big piece of Mr. Rothmel's, I think it's Kelly.
Mr. Rothmel?
The biggest piece is his academic development strategic plan for 71.5. I just didn't fund it, but it doesn't mean I don't think we necessarily need it, and he might be able to speak a little bit better. Brian, are you on?
Yeah, so kind of the biggest thing we're missing in the economic development office is a strategic plan. It's kind of like your base of how you want to operate the office, and using outside advice to make sure we're doing everything with best practice. The state just did a look at all economic development offices, and that was kind of our biggest hole, is that we don't have a strategic plan. That's kind of like step one. We requested proposals with when Mr. Smith was here prior to me. Those proposals all came about 70,000 and above. That was a few years ago. I have found in the last week, I was talking with someone I knew, and she said we're able to get that price down, probably in the $10,000 to $15,000 range, but that would require, like, I would have to do some of the work, some of the background work, the digging and such for statistics and stuff. So I think we can get it done for, $10,000. And that was a conversation I had last week. We'd still have to go out and get more proposals. But the person I spoke to who does this is doing it for Orange. Orange is doing theirs right now for $10,000. So that was an update since the November submittal of this budget.
Brian, so we've got an intern we're utilizing through UVA to do work and stuff, kind of like we did last year. And it's a nominal paid intern. Could some of this work be done by that intern?
We'll have two interns. We'll have like the repeat of Austin like we did last year. And then we'll also have a UVA intern that's 10 hours a week. So we could plan that and change that position. I would just work with Donna on changing that description. And we probably could make that work in the fall or spring next year.
Would your plan be to wait until the TJPDC completes its Zion Crossroads plan?
The Zion Crossroads plan is going to be more land use based. The strategic plan, or the economic development strategic plan, would be more along the lines of this is how we will operate for business attraction. This is how we'll operate for workforce development, for small business support, and kind of give us actionable steps on those items.
I'm trying not to break too many. I'm for putting dollars in for that. And I think that, that's a nominal investment towards our gearing up for, at least setting, focusing, helping the economic development department teams. I assume it would be kind of a group effort, really start to focus in that area and giving the board a report that, also helps us to focus.
And Mr. O'Brien, part of that will be with the board. That strategic plan will have a lot of board input. One whole session will be with the board.
I imagine you probably involve the EdTech Council and other folks like that as well too, just to get feedback.
And our survey that we did.
Right.
Ms. Eager, how do you feel about that? You think if we give you $10,000, Mr. Weaver?
Already got it.
Okay, we already got $3.
It depends on what the $10,000 is going to give us. I haven't seen a $10,000 plan.
Well, I can tell you right now, I like the $10,000 plan better than the
No,
$71,000.
I'm not saying that to support 71,000. I'm saying we're saying yes to a plan that we don't know what they're going to give us.
I mean, so the other option there is to wait to see what they
That's
develop
great.
for Orange. And then
Right.
take that out of the contingency if we think it's a good plan.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
another
good
way.
for it to be 10,000, 15. I'm not advocating it. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to vote on something yes, and I don't know what it's going to give us. Then I give us what we want. I want to know what will they be doing? And what is the result? What results do we want? I mean, Brian can tell us that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Brian, you can chime in on that. What's that?
I mean, I would be happy to bring this back to the board, kind of as it's a separate item. It's something I think that's very important. When you're just trying to keep it in the budget, put it in the budget. But I'm happy to bring an action item on this, and I can go and get proposals. I can work with Mrs. Toller on that.
And if he doesn't use it, he can spend that on advertising or whatever else. I mean,
Well, and if the board thinks it's important, depending on where the board contingency is, they can come back.
I mean, the survey told us that there's a disconnect between what we're accomplishing economically in this county and what residents think that is actually happening. So there's a disconnect there right now. So whether, a strategic plan helps to, it helps to sort of provide kind of a touch point for residents to understand, as well as something that we can promote and advertise, or whether we spend $10,000-15,000 really informing, not just residents, but businesses in the area, what it is that we're doing, how we're doing it, and why it matters, and why they should come to Fluvanna. I just don't see that money as being ill spent, no matter which way we do it. So in deference to, Moselle Booker here, on the one hand, I understand that she's saying, hey, I'd like to see what it is, but on the other hand, I don't think that we have that in the budget, and putting $10,000 or $15,000 towards that makes a lot of sense to me. We put $10,000 in way back when for advertising. It never even really got used. If it doesn't get used, it won't get used, but that was a different time for Fluvanna. We're doing a lot more. And I think this is good money to put in their budget.
What is a disconnect? What do you mean by that?
They feel like there's not enough business coming into Fluvanna. I mean, if you read the surveys, is there enough business coming in? Why are homeowners paying more? We need
Sometimes
better
it's standing on
jobs.
your head and it still won't come in. I mean.
Well, I understand that. I do understand that, but I'm just saying that that's an important thing, because you want residents, and you want surrounding businesses, and you want developers to talk positively about what Fluvanna is doing, because it creates momentum.
I think they do.
Yeah. Feel free to chime in there, Mr. Rothenmel, but I imagine that that's something that you encounter.
We're working very hard to change the narrative, the previous narrative. And I think we're getting a lot more supporters, but we're going one by one. We definitely are working very hard to change that narrative of that Fluvanna didn't want development. And I think in the next few months, that tide's going to change pretty significantly. So we're working on it. And the strategic plan, that's going to be one of the things we'll have to do a SWOT analysis. And that'll be one of the things we need to discuss is, are we doing a good job of marketing ourselves to ourselves? And probably we're getting there, but we're not quite there yet.
You had me at SWAT.
What'd you say?
You had me at SWAT.
All right, so Ms. Eager, you thought it was a good idea? Mr. Weaver?
Whatever.
Okay, well, you got 3 nights.
You had always say 5 of us sitting around the table like.
Well, Ms. Booker, did you change your mind from what you said 5 minutes ago?
You still need to ask me, and I can say no or yes. People who listen here think you got 3 people voting. There's no not, if we're 90 is fine.
Usually I don't vote at all. That's why I like that. So now, please forgive me.
Yeah, really. And I told you that.
Ms. Booker, tomorrow I gotta be on the bus at 6.
I gotta be up at 5.
You gotta be on the school bus with children.
Hey, Ms. Booker, is that an audit?
Which way, up or down, or sideways? Okay, she said no.
No.
Okay. But yeah, so we had 3 of us said yeah.
We have to make some notes scrolling down.
Oh, man.
So nonprofit agencies, they requested 51,000 more than was included in my budget. I basically funded nonprofits flat this year, with the exception of a very few small ones that had per capita increases, just because that's how our funding formula works. And those increases were pretty nominal at best.
Did you increase Fluvanna Rouge house?
I did not.
Why not?
Just because, from a standpoint, I think really that's kind of gone to the board more to determine if they want to fund nonprofits above what the current levels are.
It depends on what they're asking. So how many people, nonprofits ask for additional money?
Probably all.
Where are they? And how much?
Okay, so let's see here. So Liz, you are on the top. Okay, so this column right there shows what they requested and what my funding was and what I funded. So
Okay, that was legal aid.
Legal aid, OAR, And just one thing, those are highlighted different color, those are based on a funding formula.
What do you mean?
Those we have to fund at that request.
Yeah, we have agreements.
Okay,
Per
that's
capita,
fine.
Per cap.
Yeah. Okay, so out here. 2%.
What's the week left to go on this quarter?
Go ahead.
Lizzie, you go.
Monticello area. Maca. Maca is.
60,000.
We do 10 in Nashville. Sarah gave me. Some things.
Yeah, the other comment I'd make on that is, it looks like, you know, the other comment I'd make is I understand that the concept of level funding, we cut way back and I'm curious to see what a lot of those cuts were in the FY 12-13 period. I know we really slashed a lot of them. I know we recovered some of it. But we've been essentially level funding now for, you know, probably 8-10 years.
No, I was gonna start, but I didn't know if this was still.
And he's a lot of things are gonna get.
They will get money from CARES. And I'm not saying we need to make a change now. I'm just saying that we're, you know, we allocate at least a COLA for almost everything else. And I think it's easy and tempting to level fund these nonprofits, but they do a lot. And most of the money that they spend, we actually get a return on the dollar for.
FY 12 and FY 13, what a big drop, 15,000.
Yeah, we went from
Now we're
515 to 400.
gone back up quite a bit.
Yeah.
33%.
And that's why it's helpful to see, because
I mean, that is really good to see.
yeah, that is helpful to see. And I think probably a lot of that increase is on the
Yeah, and-
per.
Now, we're dropping, keep going
And-
forward.
Yeah, and we really have no criteria.
This will be the highest amount.
Yeah, but how much of that is generated by per capita ones that we really don't have a lot of control over?
The per
And in these
capita
years-
does,
So there's also the PVCC requirement that was in there
there,
that's no longer.
there were 3 years that we had $50,000 that we paid to PVCC. Where's PVCC those?
Yeah.
It's not very bad.
I haven't even over with now.
Oh, it
isn't
is.
Oh, yes, sir.
Those 3 years, 18, 19, and 20. Otherwise,
You know, the hardest thing about this is because we listen to them, make their spill, and they tell us that we don't have any real criteria to determine whether one agency should get their increase over another. We listen.
Ms. Booker, I put in your books this year, which we haven't done in the past, copies of all their presentations.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you do,
Yeah.
in the past, we have not done that.
Right.
And you had mentioned that you'd like to see more information, so I tried to put as much, anything they gave me, I put in there for you this year.
And that's why I think advocate for some, because I know, I've heard, and I know it.
What some counties do now is they have a
they citizen review
group of
committee.
individuals that
Mhm.
meet and meet the qualities and go over everything, and there's criteria, and that's how they determine the funding. I mean.
Yeah, yeah, because every year, we just can't say it every year, well, we're just gonna pick this one and that one, or we're not gonna pick any of them. We're just gonna level funding. But when you look at what they are doing and how many people in the county they're serving and how they're taking care of people in a way that we could not do. And people's lives are more, they're living more qualified, especially our senior citizens. And we say, we're not gonna pay, Fluvanna House and Louisa Housing, we're not gonna pay their internet and their electric, although Louis is paying for their building, just like we do for Mac. Louis is paying everything, but yet still, they're doing all this work out in the county. Kim Hyman has increased the amount of grants and how they are helping the elderly people. 50% more. She has set us charts, and I sit on that board. And I'm not just only advocating for her. Look at legal aid justice, what they do. They don't ask for more money just to be asking for more money. That's the heart and soul of that.
And you could take, for example, John was in the news for some financial irregularities, yet we're level funding, and we don't know what the impact of those financial irregularities were. That's, I mean, I'm not saying that they were correct or not, I'm just saying, no review, level funding, is that good or bad? I don't know the answer to that. Right? But I think, I like the idea of having some sort of a commission or board that explores these requests a little bit more and get some feedback. I do like that.
A little bit more.
Yeah, I think Charlottesville does something like that. but-
Charlottesville does, there's a lot of places that do it, and they set criteria, and then they do determine how many of their citizens they're actually serving. I mean, they come up and they tell us early on in the budget process, hey, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing the other. By the time you get here, you don't really remember what, quite frankly, they said. And so that's, I mean, I think it's a little late this year for that, but I think going forward, that would be a really good idea.
I agree.
Yeah.
Slide down, please. I'm just trying to figure out, we're $1,000 over, but we got $50,000 left in there for PVCC. We went up $1,000 from last time, 579, 58.
Those are all in the per capita fundings that went up.
The ones that are colored are the per capita.
Yeah, we didn't color the years going out there like CB.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't go up. Which one went up $50,000? I don't think it went up very much. Unless I haven't seen one.
The only one that should have been a 50,000 jump was PBCC.
No, that should have been 50,000 drop.
What he's saying is that went away, but yet our costs didn't go down, right?
Well, it went from 20 to 21, it went down.
20.
Okay, so 21 we stopped paying.
Yeah,
That's what- that's
20
what-
was the last
okay.
year of the 50,000.
I thought you were saying somebody had said 50,000 dropped off this year.
No.
Yeah.
And
And it would be maybe helpful to take that present, that sheet there and change it so that the per capita driven ones are shown separate from the rest. So that there's a subtotal for that. Because I think that also makes it, much clearer, like, oh yeah, we've spent 33% more on nonprofits, but no, we actually spent 33% more on 3 nonprofits that are per capita driven. That's not really reflecting the investment of all the other nonprofits into our community.
Yeah, we could add that below. We try and categorize them by the type of nonprofit that they are, or we could do a calculation at the
We do a
bottom.
summary at the bottom. Because I mean, I don't, I can't look at this and say out of that 33% increase, how much of that was driven by the per capita increases. And how much, but I can, anecdotally look across and say, a lot of these places were level funded for the last 10 years or the last.
And
5
it's not 33%, because I was looking at the one with the 622.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. That makes sense, because then it makes it more apples to apples.
Liz, which ones are required? Can you just scroll up to the top again? So
That didn't go up.
TGEMS has been flat. PVCC has actually gone down since the 50,000.
43.
Stevie Ped has gone up from 17 from 12,985 to 313,519. Not a lot increase in that time period.
None of them increased.
None of them have an
Because
increase.
they're based per capita.
Yeah.
So I mean, our population hasn't grown, so they're gonna stay pretty
Some
flat.
of them you're seeing maybe a 1% increase.
Right, then we had, obviously, the $10,000 foothills was added.
Yes.
Right, right. Foothills is a brand new one.
Yeah.
Surcap.
Yeah, Surcap. But yeah, I think, well, let's finish the budget process, but I mean, I think that, yeah, we can improve the way we're looking at this for sure.
Next year, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. to have a
Maybe,
group
maybe
look
that's
at
an FLVP project.
Absolutely.
Do not put off today, tomorrow, to do today. Do not put off.
All right.
Here.
What's next?
So
Do we have to, we have to extend? We started at 4. And it's 9. I'm just saying, do we have to extend?
I think.
Do I have a motion to extend?
So made.
Motion made by Mr. Weaver, seconded by Mrs. Booker. Ms. Eager. Mr. O'Brien. Ms. Booker. Mr. Weaver. Chair votes aye.
And just a clarification motion to extend until.
10.
Well,
I don't know that you need to do it. Right? Roll call vote,
That's true. I didn't even thought about that. Well, no, because people are listening
That's right.
on the
Yeah.
internet. That's what Fred said it was, it's because we're zooming.
okay, so I think the only thing we really kind of have left to look at, schools.
All right, so I can give you an update. Yeah, basically, again, this is from Mr. Kelly. We're still meeting. But what he said is, it looks like the revised ask is 18,852,700, which I think is a 40K drop. That's
Oh, the total amount 18.
8,572,700. Roughly a 40K drop. And that includes the 5%.
That includes the
That
5%.
includes the 5%. Well,
Well,
so in other words, they're going from an ask of
So
7 something down to
740.
740, right?
So pretty close, about 300,000.
And then what I asked
Just
was, the second question I asked was, well, what if we paid 600 versus that? And he says, chances are that they wouldn't really make the changes to the scale. Again, spitball. This is just a spitball, that's all.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that's, and I know and maybe we accomplish the scale B over two sessions, but I mean, that compression of the scale B, I know the school board's been working hard to try to figure that out so that there really aren't 2 systems out there, 2 different bases.
And I want them to, as a person who's on scale A, because I know how bad it hurts some of them, especially the ones that were right there, the last group that was cut off, like they were 9 years in.
We're fully funded right now, we'd be at 0 balance. And we'd still be at 89 and a half.
No.
You get 757.
Yeah, but they don't need the whole set. We already got 300,000.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So if you add in the 450,000,
Ms. Eager,
then
What do you
fully
think?
funded.
You're asking what I think we should fund schools.
well, we got 300 in it.
Yeah.
And if we do the 5%, like everybody else, like we talked about with everybody else, like what the state is saying that they want to do, then they're saying they need about 740 total, which would be 440 more. And I had said something an hour and a half ago about adding 300,000 to cover.
We're getting somewhere back, increasing that.
That's up there at the top, Ms. Seaver. See the 757?
Yeah,
That's what we've added to the budget right now. We still have 757,000 additional dollars. Okay, so if we did 300,000, we'd have just under $500,000 left over.
But the state's going to pay for some of those increases.
But
Or they-
we figured that in.
Yeah, that's their I mean,
So
no, I
then
think
what's the problem then if they've already figured it in?
So we're still $440,000 short of what they're asking.
what they're saying, Mr.
Oh, but
Weaver.
are you gonna get, they're asking for what, like $800,000 increase? I'm just going for numbers.
740.
740.
They just dumped it down.
So
40,000,
you're
right?
gonna meet that 740, is that what you're saying?
So I said 600,000, but we could do the 740, which would be their full ask.
Mike once asked if they would do it, how they think about it, something like 500, wasn't it?
No, he said 600. But what
600.
I think is the difference in this ask and this budget, and I don't want to say it's the total difference, but one of the reasons that ask is a little bit bigger than, well, it's not necessarily bigger, but one of the things that the school board is really focused on was to address the difference between the two
Right,
scales.
yeah, the two.
If I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but that was about 200 and some odd thousand, if I recall.
Mariana, do you remember what the request was before they went back and did? What did they originally come forward with before they went back to the drawing board and?
1.2.
No, it was,
No, it was less.
was it like 4 something?
I want to say it was 4 something.
Oh, and
Four,
then they
like
added
$5 billion
And then they
dollars.
came back and said, in order to adjust the scale and all this other, they wanted to.
Yeah, so it's like 250 to 300 to adjust the scale.
To fully.
And we've got a little, I mean, if you think of it this way, because of the changes in the way the 5% came in, and what the schools are doing, and the compression, they were actually able to go down 40,000, which is what I was saying earlier. So, there's an opportunity here to fully fund the schools, which we haven't done in a long time. And then B, to close the gap in this compression, right? And we still, at this point in time, would have $300,000 left, or almost a penny. Now, I would argue that part of what we should do with that is, as we heard earlier today from the fire chiefs, is to start a public safety MRR fund, and put that into the budget, because we don't have that in our budget. That still probably lets us drop down to instead of 89.5 cents to 89 cents.
The school always has extra money to go there.
And when they have that extra money, it comes back to us. I'm just.
Well, they don't usually do all that to us.
Yeah,
Sometimes they do, and
And it
sometimes,
was
I don't disagree with that. Again, it's an $80 million budget, so a swing of 1% is pretty significant, right? It doesn't take very much to change that number. 1% is $800,000 on making that's not $80 million. I'm sorry, $49 million or something like that. 41 million. 41 million.
It's more than that. 42, I think.
Yeah.
Whatever, so 1% is 400,000. If you're off by 2% in your calculations, you got $800,000 back, so. And then COVID this year, they haven't had more money, so. And we've traditionally taken that and put it back. The larger point that I try to make is, you have school board members that sit down, they come up to an agreement, they say, this is what we really think we need. And we have some very conservative school board members on there, we have some school board members that want to give the world away, for the teachers if they can. But they come to their own consensus, and I think they genuinely try to sharpen their pencils as much as they can. We have created transparency, and we have worked there a lot. And traditionally, we've gone back and still, whenever they've asked for this, we've given them about half of what they've asked for. That's been our traditional pattern with them.
And even when we do that, they still have money.
And again, I'm just arguing that's at 1%, and that comes back. But that's, okay, so let's say they didn't do that. Let's pretend they didn't do that. Let's pretend they didn't return a dime to us.
Yeah.
What would happen to our general fund?
We would be.
We wouldn't have a general fund, right? Could we take that money and we put it right back into the general fund? So, I mean, it's.
The more we give them, the more general fund we'll have. Just think of that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if they narrowed it down so that they didn't return a dime to us, we would have to start budgeting in to increase our general fund. We would have to increase our MRRs.
It goes back to exactly what we talked about. You build in a contingency when you got a big project. And basically what we're getting back is the contingency, or 2%.
Correct.
Now, of that, we usually end up giving them back at least half of that.
It has been money. Yeah, but I mean, I think over the last 3 years.
Or a third.
Yeah.
You
probably
sent
third.
us the chart.
I did, and I don't remember what it is, but
I don't remember the numbers exactly.
I think 1 year, I think 3 years ago, they had 400 left over. They didn't request anything. The next year they had about 900 left over, and I think we gave them
One year we
it was
pulled 300.
400,000 for CIP stuff, and then another year we had about $1.4 million left over. I think it was the last year, and we gave them I think around 400.
And one year we took 300,000 out of it at the beginning, but then gave them 300,000 back at the end. I mean, we've been very good at saying yes.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, and I think it's just the big part of this ask, if they weren't asking for that compression change, it would be a $400,000 budget, not a $700,000.
And the 487.9 is the old number. So that was, what'd you say, Tom, that's 40,000 less, 44,000?
That's 1%. I mean, I'm sorry, it's $40,000 less from the previous
So
ask.
447, so 450 is what they're asking for. And what I'm saying is right now, if we stick in 300, we still got room to figure out.
I would like to do 440.
Would you like to do the
If we want
447, ma'am?
If we don't want to help them get this failed, I mean, they're at our mercy.
And we're at theirs, ma'am.
What's that? Right now, they're doing 5%.
Exactly.
What's that?
Everybody gets 5%.
I had 2% in my original budget, and then earlier on, the board added in another 3%.
And the only reason I did that, Ms. Eager, is because that's what the state has said that they want to do.
They're gonna pay for the 5%,
They're gonna pay for their portion of the 5%.
which is,
Beats the heck out of me, sir, but ours is $335,000 for the school, no, for the county.
Yeah.
Ours is $335 for the county, and for the schools, we just give them a lump sum, and they can figure that magic number out. I know that in the school system, SOQ positions, when we give a raise in the past, if my memory is correct, they go, oh, we're gonna give a 2% raise, and they end up covering about a third of it. We end up covering about 2/3, or either 60-40, or, it's somewhere in that range. So whatever it is for us for the 5% or 4% teachers, because with the 1% last year would be.
but we don't know exactly what the state's gonna pick up.
Well, they're saying that they can cover that with what they're asking for.
The state can.
No, the school system. According to
Oh, okay.
I guess Mr. Kelly's
have it in
texting
there.
Mr. O'Brien.
And I mean, and let's keep in mind when you say, okay, the school or the county got a 1% raise. A 1% raise when you have 1% inflation is not a raise.
Trust me, I understand.
It's not a raise. So they didn't get a raise. They just stayed even. And this is, the dilemma of the middle class worker is that, for the most part, they're not getting ahead. They're staying exactly where they were. So, I mean, I understand that a 5% raise might sound like a lot. And trust me, I'd like to get a 5% raise. I haven't gotten one in a while myself, but,
You haven't paid yourself a 5% raise yet?
well, it was COVID last year, right? So-
Oh.
Yeah, but it doesn't travel through computer.
Oh, yeah, the travel stress. Anyhow, I think the point is, if you look at the school budget, if they didn't do the compression, it would have been a $400,000 ask. With the compression, it's a $700,000 ask. Compression is something that, once we do it, we don't have to do that again. So they won't come back and ask us for that again. So maybe next year they'll actually come back and ask for 400,000.
They never asked us to do it all at one time anyway. They were doing it on a different yearly basis, so it would come in gradually.
And I understand that. I'm saying rather than having to deal with this every year, we just deal with it and we're done. And compression is
We're
done.
done with it actually to begin with, period. It's up to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Kim, you're getting a 5% increase from the state, is that correct? So does the county have to add it into that, or is it all paid by the federal government?
It's 84.5% state, 15.5% local.
Next year?
Yeah,
This year.
Right, this year. And so for us, for social services, a 5% increase is 77,000. The state's going to pick up 65,000 of that. and the county would be responsible for 12,000.
Their percentages that they pick up are not quite as good when it comes to county employees.
Yes.
And it's way worse when it comes to the school. Because they do that SOQ thing. And SOQ positions are only about a third of the positions in school.
Are you suggesting a 5% raise because it's still giving money to?
Well,
Not
again,
just them, they're giving it to everybody.
well, again, this goes back to, if the board is interested in accepting the funding from the state, whether it's comp board or social services, for equity across the board for all staff, because if, again, for the comp board, if you have, one office that only half the staff are covered by a comp board position, it's just not equitable to give only those two staff members the 5%, and these two members don't get 5% because they're not comp board.
The sheriff's office is a good example. How many people do you have under the sheriff?
What is it, 27? 26 or 27, and that's out of 52. Yeah.
So it's 26 are comp board out of 52, so it's exactly 50%.
And they've already been made good. The sheriff has, right? They will be.
They will
Yeah,
be.
right.
So if we didn't provide a raise, half of his staff would get a raise, the other half would not.
Right.
That's not a good formula for employee morale.
And I don't care if you talk about the commissioner's office, you talk about the clerk and circuit court's office, I mean, you have all offices that they're not 100% funded by the company. So you're gonna have positions in all our offices. If you're only looking at comp board funded or state supported offices that are not going to get that. And we've always done a good job of keeping it equitable across for all county boards.
And this one doesn't come with a huge price tag to be able to do that because of the additional.
133,000.
133,000 for the county side and whatever it is, magic formula is for the school side.
So we're gonna be an extra 133,000 just for the school or for everything?
No, that's for the county.
The whole county.
No, not the whole county, just the county employees. That was the charge he put up.
335.
It's 335 total, but he's already got 202 in there. So for an additional 133 from us, and that's line 25 right in the first. If you put in 133 over on the right up there on line 25. If we add 133 to what he's already put 202, that's the 335. And that would cover the county employees for 5%. And then the school, if we give them, they're saying they gotta have 444,000.
To fully fund them, it would be adding 440,000, which is 40,000 less than their initial ask. It still gives them the full 5% raise, which is great news. And it addresses the compression concerns that they've been trying to battle, which is the scale A, scale B, the difference between the two and how do you get them to be on par with each other. Again, similar to half being on a comp board, half not being on a comp board. So that's a sort of a one-time, increase to their budget. But in essence, next year, if they were asking for the same thing that they're asking today, you would think that they would be asking for that $300,000 increase. So they could come back with maybe a $400,000 increase. I'm not speaking for them, I'm saying we wouldn't expect that number to be in there from that standpoint.
So the 440 for the schools.
If we added 440, that would be fully funded.
But don't they have some money already?
300.
So it's
740.
It would be, no ma'am,
700.
additional 444,000.
They would get 700.
700.
So let's plug in the 440 and see what the tax rate would be with that. Let's just do that as an exercise.
So that leaves us with 317 left.
1 penny.
Yep, right up there, which is just slightly more.
Now, plug in 300 and see what the difference would be. Because something we haven't talked about is the project we're thinking about doing. CIP.
CIP stuff.
Yeah, but that isn't even impacted by this right now.
No, it's not. I mean, if the board wants to take
As
it
long as we
on,
do what we talked about, pay for it out of cash funding the first 3 years of payments, then it becomes a wash.
and I can pull that up if the board wants.
But, I mean, I don't need to get into that
No,
tonight.
no, we get through this first.
Well, so, yeah, I mean, so basically, I mean, to me, this is the way, if I can sum up tonight is, we came in here not knowing what we were gonna do. You know, obviously, we expected maybe some increases from the commissioner of revenue, but we got a much higher increase than we expected, which is wonderful news. And that put us in a position where we could look at this budget, and whereas before we were saying, hey, we've got $700,000 of health insurance increase, we got a 5% raise, we got all these looming things, and we're at negative $33,000 on an 89.5. Well, you know, we're walking out of this saying maybe we could get 89, and that's putting in $100,000 for a public safety MRR. That's fully funding the schools. That's giving the employees a 5% raise. You know, and that's a pretty darn good night if you ask me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge steps in the right direction.
And
you know,
we'll never get this opportunity very often.
I think we're gonna be in for a good jump next year.
I mean,
Because of the COVID money?
Let's take
No,
care of
not,
this.
well,
I
I'm
think
not forget the COVID
I
money.
think all the
Forget
buildings.
all the building, all the construction we got. When you have the new construction going on, and you think about the circle up here, and effort is, what is that, 325 dwellings?
Yes.
And then we've had them contact us, well, never mind. Any other building that goes on, so let's say we end up with 300 new houses. The Commissioner can you give me a figure of what, I'm just saying, what
No,
additional,
You know, if we accept the low income housing, we're not gonna get any.
that's if we do the tax breaks and all that.
Right.
So how many of that?
And there's another group that is affiliated with the Methodist Church. And they,
Yeah, but they're gonna pay taxes.
yes.
We gotta give you 738,000.
So additional.
At 89.5, so.
And they-
Yeah, it's the Methodist people.
If we changed it to, if we changed the tax rate to 8.85 or 88, would that affect our money right here, right now?
Yes.
Yes, see, that's,
So you-
so,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to
Right.
change the tax rate to something lower, you can see what it does.
just for giggle's sake, we change it to 88.5.
88.5, so Lizzie.
Let's put the 440 back in.
We'll see.
instead of the 88.
You're gonna be short like 150,000.
Yeah.
So keep in mind too, if you change the tax rate back, it's gonna affect this year's revenue collections because it reverts back to January, so you're gonna cut yourself short this year. You know, keep that up there.
This did not.
Not change anything.
What did it not change?
Well, anyway, it should be roughly around.
Well, it's a penny, right? And a penny's 330,000,
322, 297.
right? So, you know,
So we're still 150, 130 above.
but you didn't fully fund the schools,
Let's fully understood.
and you didn't put in an MRR for public safety,
If you change it here, change it.
which you could do. You can do this, and I'm not saying, I understand what
There's
you're
a
saying.
whole lot of things we can do,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
but we could,
I
that's
just-
why I'm looking at 88.5, because we could go 88.5 and possibly still come very daggone
Yeah.
close to balancing the budget
I'm gonna figure out
and
what's going on. with
funding
the
the
formulas.
schools.
If I change it here, it'll change it on the front page.
Now, you're right, we wouldn't have a
Front page is wrong.
MRR,
Front page is wrong.
but you know what?
Well, the front page is-
We've lived for a long time without.
How much was that?
If we went 88.5, I don't know how much the difference would be. I'm not sure if it would be more than that 322.
It's probably gonna be more.
Probably gonna be a little bit more.
Oh, because of the increase.
Right.
Yeah.
But then,
You've only got that on that.
but then we still probably have $100,000 left over. So instead of 300,000, we could do 400,000. Okay, we're $47 short on the schools.
Well, that's definitely 7,000, right? Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. And look, I'm,
2297
Why are we still wiggling around with 440?
Is this the same lady that was wiggling around over 5,000?
Let's do.
Is this the same lady that was wiggling around over
I don't
$5,000?
know who she is.
I don't either, man.
That's your question. I got the question. Don't answer my question with a question. You know better.
You looked at me and questioned why I was questioning something, and you just had a 10-minute argument over
That's
$5,000.
right, and I'm gonna have a 15-minute argument over.
You got mad at me when I said if you have more than 37,000 in expenses, just come see us. We'll look you up. Have I figured out how to make it?
No,
If
there's,
you take the 322,297 over 450.
Right.
I mean, that's roughly.
That's roughly, but I'm just saying, it's probably, if you drop 88.5, it's probably gonna be a little bit more than 322, just, I don't know.
It should be the same because
Oh, it
those,
should be the same, yeah, that's a straight up number.
Yeah, that's a penny.
Okay,
let's talk about the MR for public safety. We literally just spent 2 hours in a presentation, with 3 chiefs making some recommendations on how we could do things with 3 counties that all, have a budget for their public safety for those kinds of expenses.
yep, I remember $14 million he spends on trucks every year.
Yeah, no, so $100,000 is a long way from $14 million, that's for sure. The point being is, I think the county wants to move away from a CIP budget that is, something that it just depends on what is the, and I don't mean this the wrong way, but what is the will of the board, today? Is the will of the board that we want to lower taxes? Or is the will of the board that we want to pay for everything? All those things don't really matter because most of these costs are ultimately costs that we will face. And so the question is, when do we face those costs and how do we average them out? It's just basic budgeting, in my opinion. And as we, if we put in $100,000 for public safety, well, now we've got $500,000 in our budget for MRR, which is a good start, and I come back to the point that as the budgets get sharper and sharper and sharper, the general fund balance, the amount that gets to return to general fund balance is going to be dependent on things that happen. COVID happens and we get money from the state. We sell some asset over here. We have a windfall over there. We have something that happens negatively over here. But, we don't have a particularly great general fund today. Could change tomorrow. We know that. But I'm just saying, hey, building that in and getting ahead of the game seems to me like a smart move. And, positive thing to come back and say, hey, we just spent time, energy, and effort with our public safety officials, and I'm including the sheriff's office in this, saying, this is a good step to make this happen. $100,000 is a good start. I'd say $200,000 is a good start. Then I would even argue, okay, even if you do that, you still have your penny, maybe half a penny, that you can go from the 89.5 cents down to the 89 cents. And I'd be curious as to what's the difference in because I think we were facing a 3.3% increase for the homeowners right now.
That was up to
So-
7% average.
It was
Some place.
4% increase in the average home.
4%. So if we're at 89, is that going to be a 2.75% increase, or that's the number. that I'm
That's
kinda
not
curious.
what the first report was, something like 6.6%
No,
overall.
The total budget, because remember, in the overall, you have CIP that was included in there, and that skews things a lot.
Okay, I thought he meant that it had increased the county in value, 6.6%.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you're talking about reassessment?
Yes.
Yeah, the reassessments went up, was it now 7%?
6 point something, and
Yeah,
I
7%.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
But the
that's a
net,
pretty good jump.
yeah, that's a good jump, but the net increase between the equalized rate and the non-equalized rate is 3 or 4% right now at the 89.5 rate, right? So it's a 4% jump for the homeowner.
86 is the equalized.
Yes.
Right.
86.5.
Right.
All right, 86.5 is equal.
Equal.
Yeah.
All right, Well, guys, I tell you what, I think we got a really good jump on it tonight.
88.5, we currently have 134, 835 remaining. If we go to 89, we have 295, 977 remaining.
I think we got a good jump on it. And
Yeah, we have.
gives us a week to look at numbers and talk to people and see where we go from here.
Yeah, we
Ms.
have-
Eager, what do you think, man?
Eric, what number did we find?
Do you have
on
any
that
specific question for me?
For the schools, 3 or?
It's 300s in there right now.
300 additional, right?
That was right.
Which
So
is
then you went back and
total
forth, I have to make sure I had the
six.
right number.
Total
in.
of 6 will get.
Well, but they're asking for 747,
Right,
right?
seven.
Yeah.
I think that's what you said, 747. But we still have enough money left over that we could do that. We could throw a penny into an MRR. We could reduce the tax rate a penny. We could do a lot of different.
Well, Mr. Chair, since we just talked about it, I'd like to at least get the head nods on the MRR. And see if there's interest in that. So we can have-
Explain that again in that MR.
So earlier this evening, the fire chief spoke to us about how their counties basically set aside money for public safety. In
Right,
the same side, in the same way that we're setting aside money for public, for
School
repairs and
systems.
schools and public repairs. So we have that maintenance and reserve fund. They have a maintenance and reserve fund so that they
Right.
could go ahead and purchase, what do they call it? Not assets, but they call it
Apparatus.
apparatus. And those
Well,
kinds of
all
things.
their major.
So like the scubas, like we know in 10, 15 years, we're gonna have to replace scuba equipment. We know that we're gonna have to replace, and I don't know the date.
well, we're talking about even paying some of this year, paying off a lot of that debt.
It's not the debt, it's the.
He's talking about setting aside money just so that it's there
Yes.
and we've already got it.
We've already talked about that though.
I mean,
Well, that's CIP, but this is ongoing, like, yes, that catches us up on the debt side.
Right.
But now this sets aside money so that in 10 years, when the sheriff needs to buy new guns or new vests, we've got that money set aside, and we know that that's part of it. It's setting aside the budgeting for replacement or what we just call life cycle items. We've done that for the schools, we're doing that for buildings to some degree, and again, as our budget gets sharper, the amount that goes back to the general fund changes.
We're kind of mixing that up. Well, also we were talking about is going ahead and paying some of this off, maybe $3 or $4 million now, and getting rid of a lot of those things that have been on our agenda over the last 2, 3, 4 years.
Well,
That's
that's a possibility, or we can do those things we talked about, do the big project and take out debt.
That's what he's talking about.
That's what you're talking about. right?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and we're not talking about doing different things here. It's just one is saying, we're starting to set money aside for public.
Like we did for the convenience center.
I mean,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
I
we
mean,
did.
right,
set
right.
aside.
Are y'all interested in taking $100,000 a year and setting it into an account just to pay for, so like we got the $950,000 SCBA bill?
I think we
Now,
need to look at that.
They're gonna be good for 15 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill.
I think it's 15.
15, I think. And so we just got that. Another one that we're gonna have to start looking at, I mean, the radios, I hate to say this, they're getting to where they're 5 years old, and we know how the industry likes to outdo itself and make them become obsolete, so you gotta buy new ones.
Sheriff's gonna have body cams and vests and.
Well, I mean, it's just, would be putting it there so that we've got it sitting there. That is something we can do, or we can say, okay, well, that's something we've just been doing out of the general fund. Those are our two choices.
But in theory, we have how many millions now that we could spend on the spot? Quite a few millions that we
So-
could get rid of some of these things that we've been dragging over for the last
So
2, 3, 4, 5 years.
The discussion on the CIP was 23 to 25 million with your debt.
Right.
1.5 million a year was the discussion on. That's
Right.
a whole other topic we've got to talk about before we finish the budget, but yes, but I think and you're right, that would catch us up on all the major stuff. But I think what you're talking about is there's a lot of stuff on the CIP that isn't necessarily major that you wouldn't necessarily want to fund over 20 or 30 years. Guns, whatever, that you're still gonna need. And so I think what Mr. O'Brien is saying is take some money and put aside for those smaller things, not the huge debt funding, just like the smaller stuff that is gonna come up periodically.
We talked about setting that money aside, having $100,000 sitting there. That, yeah, I mean, he talked about turnout gear, but companies usually pay for the turnout gear out of the money that is given to them, I believe. President?
I think we arbitrarily have money left over each year. At the end of each year, if you have a $500,000 or whatever, look at that and then use that for some of these things that you're talking about right now,
All right,
these small ones.
We'll circle back on this.
we'll come back. So I think we had a very good long meeting, and I think we've gotten to that point where I'm not sure how productive we would be. Somebody gets on anybody's nerves over the next hour. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So
Motion made by Mr. Weaver, second by Ms. Booker, Ms. Eager, Mr. O'Brien.